Feel the stillness and steadiness throughout your body, throughout your mind. With a gentle smile, slowly open your eyes and relax.
Thank you, Vinashji, for the wonderful prayer. भगवान हम गुरु और शिष्य सबको एक साथ शिक्षित करें, हमें एक साथ बल दे, ऊर्जा दे और हमारी एक साथ रक्षा करे. ये बहुत ही अच्छे विचार से, पॉजिटिव एनर्जी से हमने हमारे सत्र का आरंभ किया है. बिकॉज एजुकेशन या शिक्षा ये कोई जीवन की तैयारी नहीं है, बिकॉज ये जीवन का एक अविभाज्य अंग है. Friends, you will be now interested in knowing what all lectures and activities are planned during this 2 days webinar. So let us understand the agenda of this webinar. So I request Shri Ramesh Shenoy to brief us about the happenings in these 2 days. So for that, I welcome him for the introduction and welcome speech.
Madam, I am audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good morning to all. This is the first meet where our beloved Guruji, the supreme reality beyond our institutions, his presence is not there. So invoking his grace and blessings to all of us, and in the august presence of our trustee, Mr. Vinod Joshi, Parab sir, Chairman Sinkar sir, Vice Chairman Sawan sir, I extend a warm welcome to all our faculty teachers as well as those others present on the webinar. My objective is to take you through the package of webinar, which I shall delve on in brief. You all know the therapy course, amongst the other things, has two major events. One is the 2 days visit to the ashram for naturopathy treatment, which most of you have finished. The second one is the present event of 2 days meet. Generally, this seminar is conducted physically, which has totally a different effect. But being constrained, but being constrained due to the pandemic,
अच्छा तू करते हुए
there
करना.
are no option but to
मेरे
conduct
फोटो कैसे
online.
स्क्रीन.
With our satisfying experience of the last year of having held this online, we now look forward to the second edition of this 2 days meet and hope this is the last one to be online. Anyway, the pandemic has made dissemination of knowledge global. Being in virtual mode conference, let us look at some of the virtues which we can get from this webinar. Now, before I go into the specifics, which all of you also may be knowing as per the timetable circulated to all, it is very important for us to know the significance of this 2 days meet. All of us would have been hoping that this 2 days meet would have been a wonderful thing if the pandemic regulations were relaxed and we all were to meet for the first time. Nevertheless, we shall make it a grand event with active participation from all of you. Now, yoga in its true sense is a philosophy that is search and quest for knowledge and understanding of nature and meaning of universe and of human life. The ultimate aim of yoga is spiritual and was not developed for its application as a therapy. The literal meaning of therapy is, as we should know, any treatment designed to improve health problem or disability or to cure illness. We are teaching yoga and not treating patient. Hence, in the strictest sense, yoga is not a therapy, but is a spiritual science. However, it is a proven fact that yoga, if practiced properly, brings about overall improvement in health in majority of people. Thus, we can rightly say that yoga is a philosophy with inbuilt dormant therapeutic values and effects. Incidentally, the literal meaning of the word therapeutic is of connected with healing and having a good effect on the body and the mind. Now we can look at it also from a different angle. What we are teaching in our curriculum is also leading us from gross to subtle. Each asana practice in the final stage is followed by prana dharana and leads us to ananta samapati bhyam, as mentioned by Sage Patanjali in the Yoga Sutra, Prayatna Shaitilya Ananta Samapati bhyam. While doing the asanas, after the final stage through the process of conscious difference, relaxation and prana dharana, we relax and go to the stage of expanding the state of awareness. We should try to understand that yoga as a philosophy talks of Atman, but this Atman operates inside our body mind complex, and hence maintaining the good state of body would be considered as a preparatory practice which we are already propagating to all of you through asanas, kriyas, mudras, etc., and also the various aspects of diet. Yoga gives us a message which operates at the community level, as we are not ascetics going to the caves for meditation, but with all others, and hence staying in harmony and having an inclusive approach can only make our life peaceful. This becomes easier as one of the important tenets that yoga teaches us is harmony, harmony amongst the various aspects of our body, mind, and soul. All said and done, whatever teachings we are doing, yoga is an experiential science, and it is always said, preach what you practice, and practice makes a man perfect. We have a slot for entertainment program presented by our own students. All day's work and no play makes Jack a dull boy is a famous statement. So we can have the platform for you to present yourself in whatever possible manner, either in group or in solo, but of course, with a rider that it is subject to guidelines which our faculty teachers would have communicated to all of you. And I request all not to miss this golden opportunity. With this brief background, I now request all of you to patiently wait for our seasoned opening batsman to set the ball rolling, who is none other than our beloved trustee, Mr. Vinod Joshi. Sir's lecture has been correctly positioned at number 1 slot under the caption, Living Happily with Stress. It reminds me of the famous saying, a job well begun is half done. In a lighter tone, before I end the address, would like to mention that there is no question answer session to my present address. However, if anyone has some inputs on it, you are free to post it on the respective WhatsApp group. Needless to mention, I feel I should proudly acknowledge the active participation of the students in all the classes so far and the intelligent questions posed, which shows the hunger and thirst for knowledge. I think all of you have gone through the timetable circulated. It is a mixture of lectures which will give you a glimpse of what is the actual aspect of yoga. As I mentioned earlier in my address, we teach you asanas, mudras, kriyas, and our approach as designed by Guruji is yoga for health and peace in a normal life, whereas the actual aim of yoga is the realization, the samadhi, which we do not stress on, but you should, as students of yoga, know what is the extent and scope and the real meaning of yoga. So all those lectures which are lined up as given in the timetable delve on various aspects of yoga. With this brief introduction, I request Sushma Madam to continue further. Thank you for your patient listening.
Thank you, Shenoy sir. Friends, in this pandemic, we have seen that a small, tiny virus like corona, named as corona rather, can affect our health and life both. Although you and me cannot see it, the scientists can view it under the microscope. But there are certain factors which are not at all visible which do not have any biological or physical structure. We cannot easily quantify it, but still have impact on our health and our life. Yes, it is stress. You guessed it right. And uska astitva mano ya na mano, we have to live with it. Rather, we are forced to live with this stress. So then why not to live happily with it? So the next topic and next speaker is Shri Vinod Joshi, our own faculty. And the topic is practical ways of living happily with the stress. Over to you, sir.
नमस्कार. सुरा सेवित पाद पंकजा करे विराजित कमनीय पुस्तका विदेश्च पत्नी कमलासन प्रिया सरस्वती नृत्यतु वाची में सदा. Welcome to this 2 days webinar, and like all of you and all our teachers and you all. I also miss Guruji and Madam for this wonderful event. But some other, we have to ensure that the show goes on. For next 2 days, I'm seeking some permission from you. So that's the first thing, that I should say. That as on date, whenever we have interacted, there was a restriction put on me saying that, I should talk only in English. So it is not a very preferred language and good, language for me. But it was, some kind of some understanding was there. So today, these 2 days, I am going to take a liberty to talk in any language. I will try to talk in, Hindi, Marathi, Sanskrit, English, bit of it, and Tamil, Malayalam. So, no, I am just trying to give justice to, mother tongue of all respected friends. Nobody should feel offended, correct? And, since this batch is the most, smartest batch I have ever faced in my lifetime, I have learned one thing from you, that whenever you seek permission, आप कुछ भी permission पूछ लीजिए और 2 मिनट के बाद उसको थैंक यू बोल दीजिए, यानी कि क्या परमिशन इज ग्रांटेड. तो आपको फिर वापस टेंशन लेने की जरूरत नहीं. I seeked your permission for, talking in, Hindi or Marathi or Sanskrit. And I also thank you that you already granted me a permission. So I am really thankful to you. Now, just to reduce the stress, first thing that what we have to do is that, we have to start as usual with some story. Correct? And since we are meeting after a very long time, I feel that it's more appropriate to, talk about some story, which is of, one of you only. Why I say so is that, it is a story of a very smart, intelligent, enthusiastic yoga therapist. So obvious, that I can definitely find many of them in this particular group. So this story is about one of you. And it goes like this, that, this smart teacher, अभी मैं टीचर कहता हूँ क्योंकि क्या है कि अगर मैं हिंदी में कहूँ तो शिक्षक या शिक्षिका स्पेसिफाई करना पड़ेगा, फिर वो मेरी बहुत दिक्कत आ जाएगी. तो टीचर इज अ बेटर वर्ड, करेक्ट. सो आई लीव इट टू योर इमेजिनेशन हु इज ही और शी इज. So this yoga therapist, there was a board put outside because of this corona, I said there are no, there is no interaction. So a board was put saying that, whatever may be your problem, आपका कुछ भी तकलीफ हो, उसका इलाज केवल 500 रुपया में किया जाए. उसका इलाज 500 रुपया में किया जाएगा. Any problem, we will offer you a solution in just 500 rupees. So that is a very common thing. You all, must be aware about it. But the second part of, that particular board was very interesting. It said that अगर हम आपका solution नहीं दे सके, तो आपको 2000 रुपये मिलेंगे. अभी ये ट्राई मत कीजिए एक्चुअली, लेकिन एक ऐसा में एक स्टोरी में इसने किसी ने बता दिया था कि अगर समझो if we cannot satisfy you, if we cannot resolve your problem, we will pay you 2000 rupees. Correct? So it was a good opportunity to earn, Just go there, tell the problem. If it doesn't get resolved, you get 2000 rupees. So it's a good thing. So some smart chap, कोई होशियार आदमी चला गया उधर और वो बोल दिया कि भाई ये आजकल मुझे एक थोड़ी तकलीफ आ रही है. बोला क्या तकलीफ है? बोला नहीं मुझे बास नहीं आता है, स्मेल नहीं आती। तो जो योगा थेरेपिस्ट थे उन्होंने सब चेक भी किया, बाकी का सब उसका हिस्ट्री विस्ट्री ले लिया। बाद में वो प्रिस्क्रिप्शन में लिख दिया। आपने भी अभी ऑलमोस्ट अभी फर्स्ट सेमेस्टर का रिजल्ट आ गया, तो प्रिस्क्रिप्शन का पैड और सब ये सब बनाने को तो दिया होगा ना प्रिंटिंग के लिए। तो प्रिस्क्रिप्शन का पैड निकाला, उसमें लिख दिया कि व्हाट इज द डायग्नोसिस एंड व्हाट इज द इलाज टू बी डन। सो इट वाज रिटन एज FDK. व्हाट इज FDK विल कम टू नो मे बी अ मिनट लेटर। तो इमीडिएटली उन्होंने एक बॉटल लाया, एक ड्रॉपर था उसमें, उसको बोला चलो आप आंखें बंद कर दो, और उसके नथुनियों में, nostrils, they put one drop of that particular liquid. So the patient started immediately screaming. बोला ये क्या चालू है, क्या आपने केरोसिन डाल दिया मेरे नाक में? FDK is 4 drops of kerosene. Correct. So that was an diagnosis. तो वो टीचर ने बोला नहीं ठीक है भाई, आप तो बोल रहे थे कि मुझे स्मेल आता नहीं है, मैंने केरोसिन डाल दिया, आपको स्मेल आ गया, तो धन्यवाद आपने 500 रुपये दे दिया, अभी धन्यवाद आपका स्मेल आ गया, आपका प्रॉब्लम रिजॉल्व हो गया। दूसरा एक स्मार्ट आदमी था, वो आया बोला मेरी टेस्ट चली गई। अब ये कोरोना पीरियड में ना मेरी टेस्ट चली गई है कहना भी इतना प्रॉब्लम था कि घर में एक बार मैंने बोला कि मेरी टेस्ट चली गई है, मेरी वाइफ ने बोला कि अगर चली गई है मैं BMC को फोन कर दूँ, वो अपने आप गाड़ी आ जाएगी, लेके जाएंगे आपको, कोरोना का हुआ है तो दैट इज वन ऑफ द सिम्टम्स। बोला नहीं नहीं नहीं, बस सब बहुत खाना पीना सब बढ़िया बन रहा है, मेरी टेस्ट आ गई वापस, कोई वांधा नहीं। पेशेंट ने बोला कि मेरी टेस्ट चली गई है, तो वापस उसका सब हिस्ट्री लिया, ये किया, वापस उसको प्रिस्क्रिप्शन दे दिया, क्या FDK 4 ड्रॉप्स ऑफ केरोसिन। अभी उसने देखा कि इन्होंने एक ब्लू ऐसा कुछ बॉटल लाया है, उसको स्मेल भी आ गया केरोसिन का। बोला ये क्या चालू है यार? मैंने बोला मेरी टेस्ट चली गई है, तो बोला देखो मैंने खाली दवा ला लिया तो भी उसका इफेक्ट इतना है, मैंने ला लिया तो आपको इमीडिएट टेस्ट आ गई। अब बोला भाई ठीक है, मेरे को केरोसिन और टेस्ट से समझ जा रहा है। अभी तीसरा पेशेंट आया, वो बहुत होशियार था, वो बोला कि अभी तो आज तो मैं 2000 रुपये लेके ही जाऊंगा किसी भी हालत में। तो आया, उसने बोला कि गुरुजी मेरी मेमोरी चली गई। हिंदी पिक्चर में काफी हम लोग देखते हैं ना, मेमोरी चली जाती है, मेरी मेमोरी चली गई है, तो उसका क्या कुछ इलाज हो सकता है क्या? तो वापस वही पूरा हिस्ट्री लिया, सब ले लिया। और वो टीचर बहुत स्मार्ट होगा, तो उसने बोला कि नहीं नहीं, अभी तो आपका जो प्रॉब्लम है ना उसके लिए तो मेरे पास सॉल्यूशन नहीं है, तो मैं तो हार मान लेता हूँ और आपको 2000 रुपये में देना चाहिए। तो ये भी बहुत खुश हो गया। तो टीचर ने अपना पर्स निकाला, उसमें से 200 रुपये का नोट लिया और उसको दे दिया, बोला ये दे लीजिए आप। तो बोला ये क्या है 200 रुपये कैसे? आपने तो बोला तो 2000 दूंगा। बोला देखो आपकी मेमोरी वापस आ गई क्या? नहीं, पहली मेमोरी चली गई थी तो आप नोट भी पहचान नहीं थे, अभी आपकी मेमोरी आ गई। तो भाई चलो अच्छा है, आपका भी ठीक ठाक हो गया। तो इस तरह से ये जो भी कुछ है, हम लोग एक आज का जो विषय है प्रैक्टिकल वेज ऑफ लिविंग हैप्पीली विद स्ट्रेस। So let us divide it into, this title itself, let us divide it into 3 different parts and let us deal with that one by one for easier understanding. First is the practical ways, What do I mean by practical ways? ज्यादा करके क्या होता है कि हम लोग स्ट्रेस का लेक्चर सुनने को जाते हैं ना, तो जो थोड़ा स्ट्रेस रहता है अपने पास उसमें कुछ ज्यादा भर के ही वापस आ जाते हैं, our stress level goes up। और उसमें प्रॉब्लम ऐसा है कि भाई सुनने वाले का भी स्ट्रेस बढ़ता है और लेक्चर देने वाले का भी स्ट्रेस बढ़ता है, क्योंकि मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ वही मुझे मालूम नहीं रहता है कि भाई आप विचार छोड़ दो, आपके मन में कुछ विचार आने दो, उसके रिएक्शन मत करो। तो ये सब थियोरेटिकली हम लोग बोलते जाते हैं और एट द बैक ऑफ आवर माइंड लेक्चर देने वालों को भी तो काफी लगता है कि भाई जो मैं बोल रहा हूँ प्रैक्टिकल तो चीज है ही नहीं, क्योंकि मैं खुद ही नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ, तो उसका भी स्ट्रेस बढ़ जाता है। तो वॉट एवर वी आर गोइंग टू टॉक अबाउट इज वेरी वेरी सिंपल एंड वेरी प्रैक्टिकल वेज that you and I can implement, correct? So we'll go stepwise. First, let us understand whether we have stress at all or not, and if we have, how we can cope it with up, and how we can live happily with that. So the second part of our the title itself is living happily. So there the basic question comes is that what exactly we understand by living, or what exactly we understand by a life. So if you permit me, if at all we have to put in some kind of a mathematical equation or some kind of a easier understanding, if I say that life is everything between birth and death, am I right? Life starts with the birth and it ends with the death. So life is everything between birth and death. So mathematically, if at all we have to say that everything in between B and D is life. Everything between B and D is life. So between B and D, there is only one alphabet, that is C. And how do you interpret that C decides, whether you are going to live happily or you are not going to live happily? Because most of the times, we understand this particular alphabet C as compulsion, as compromise, as, chaotic situation in the world. Or even so to say, in Kali Yuga, what they say is cleverly cheating all the people and succeeding. Right? So all these things, all these things, they contribute to, our stress level. What I feel is that, the C here represents the choice. So it's your choice to live happily or not to live happily. Correct? Please remember my words. Correct? Nobody in the world, correct, can either make you happy or he or she can make your life miserable. It's only up to me, to decide. Like say simple thing, कि भाई चलो आपने कुछ भी सिचुएशन क्रिएट, आपने समझो मुझे 100 रुपए दिए, सब सोचने की बात है, रियल में मत दीजिए. आपने मुझे 100 रुपए दिए और मैंने नहीं लिए, तो किसके पास रह जाते? आपके पास ही रह जाते हैं ना, मेरे पास तो आते नहीं है ना. तो हु सपोज अगर आपने मुझे कुछ बुरे शब्द कहे, कुछ भी गाली दी, कुछ भी किया जो मेरे लिए अच्छा नहीं और मैंने लिया नहीं, तो किसके पास रह जाता है? तो आपके पास ही रह जाएगा ना. तो ये सिंपल अगर समझो हम लोग ये करते कि इट्स माय चॉइस वेदर यू टेक इट और यू डोंट टेक इट. एंड since you are all philosophy students, probably some of you may be followers of one great philosopher from Denmark named Kierkegaard. I don't know whether you are a follower, but he had a very beautiful philosophy about life. It is really worth understanding. So he says life is full of misery. Life is full of misery. So why so? He is trying to justify why I am saying that life is full of misery. Because he says life starts with the loud cry of a mother and a child, the kind of a pain that mother has to undergo. So she really is crying, weeping, and it's really a very, very probably toughest moment of her life, correct? To give a birth to a child. And if the child doesn't cry, correct, the doctor is under tremendous stress. Correct? So child's cry or a mother's cry is starting of your life. And even at the last moment, everybody is trying to, struggle for that last breath, trying to struggle and trying to extend that, the last moment that which is inevitable. So he says that life is, if at all the life starts with the cry and it ends with the cry, then how you can say that life is beautiful? How you can say? But that is what is a philosopher that we should not follow, because we have different outlook towards the life, and we would like to live really happily. Correct? Now, I jokingly say that, if at all you say that, others can make you happy. I always ask, whenever people come for this thing, किसकी वजह से आप दुखी होते हो? Who makes you unhappy? So you have list of people who say कि नहीं ये ऐसा करता है इसलिए मैं दुखी होती हूँ. Maybe it starts with your family members, it starts with your office colleague, it starts with the political leaders, it starts with the situation, it starts with everything. Correct? Yeah. So you all say that these are all the things that make me absolutely unhappy, and my happiness in my life is robbed by all these people. So I jokingly say, it's all your choice here. Don't say that, is your life like a smart TV with a remote given to all 100 people, who can press, suppose if at all I want to make you happy, then can I go to a channel and channel number 7, which says happy, and you will be happy. And if I want to make you unhappy, I will go to maybe, Sony number 8 and I will make you unhappy. It is not so, correct? Yeah. So your life is your own. It's a smart TV, but you yourself have a remote control of that, and you are not given that remote control to anybody else, and definitely not to 100 people, who can simultaneously control your moods and control your what exactly you are enjoying in the life. So please remember that nobody can either make you happy or nobody can make you miserable. Please remember my words, correct? No doubt the stimulation is going to come from outside, correct? धक्का देने के लिए stimulator is going to come from outside, but your response is your own response, no? So which is under your control. So please remember that whatever may be the stimulation, correct? I have a choice to respond in different ways, and I will ensure that my happiness will not be disturbed. The next part is like what exactly is the stress, which is a major so to say word for our today's lecture. तो स्ट्रेस का कई वर्ड्स है जो स्ट्रेस का मीनिंग अब हमें बताते हैं, लाइक इट इज तनाव, चिंता, निराशा, घबराहट, करेक्ट, मे बी वैफल्यग्रस्तता. So when the word that I liked the most was chinta. Then I was just trying to understand what exactly is the meaning of chinta in some Marathi dictionary. And to my surprise, the word just prior to chinta was chita. Right? So chita and chinta. And there is a beautiful Sanskrit aphorism. बहुत अच्छा संस्कृत का श्लोक है, which says that चिता चिंता समान अस्ति. चिता चिंता समान अस्ति. बिंदु मात्र विशेषता. There is only one particular dot. चिता चिंता समान अस्ति. बिंदु मात्र विशेषता. सजीवे दहते चिंता. निर्जीवे दहते चिता. So whenever we are dead, then of course we say that उसको जला दिया है, चीता पे रख दिया. But all throughout our life, it's just one small dot on cheetah, correct? So all throughout the life, it is always burning us. It is always creating a problem for us, and that's the reason we should adopt some kind of a technique by which we can live happily even with the chinta also, correct? Because that is not something which we can totally avoid. So if we can't avoid, we have to live happily with it, and mostly I think those who are married people, they can understand it very well. There are certain things which you cannot change, so the only solution that you have is live happily with it, correct? So that's everybody is smiling, so they are really convinced that whatever I am talking about is truth. And those who are not not yet married, don't worry about it, correct? Because you also have to go through all these experiences. But a lot of the experience starts with lots of the enjoyment and beauty and all this. So this is only after interval that comes, correct? So don't worry about it. Up to interval, picture is very good. Yeah. So when we want to understand what exactly is the stress in the technical term, correct? Stress is a general concept which describes load on the system. Correct? Yeah. Load on the system is what? कि घर में हम लोग कपड़े सुखाने के लिए अपनी डोरी रहती है, correct? Yeah. तो उसको जो भी गिल्ले कपड़े उसको हम लोग डाल देते हैं. अभी वो डोरी जो है, जो विच इज अ नॉन लिविंग थिंग, करेक्ट, जो सजीव नहीं है, अभी उसका रिस्पॉन्स जो है ना वो भी अलग अलग रहता है. आपने अगर देखा होगा कि वो डोरी पे आपने समझो हैंकरचिप डाल दिया जिसका वजन बहुत कम है, तो उसमें ज्यादा बदलाव नहीं आता है. लेकिन आपने समझो बहुत भारी कपड़ा जीन डाल दिया या कुछ जैकेट डाल दिया जिसका वजन बहुत ज्यादा है, तो वो थोड़ी बेंड हो जाती है, करेक्ट? सो एनी चेंज विच कम्स, करेक्ट, इट एडॉप्ट्स. So whenever we are talking about कपड़े सुखाने की डोरी या any kind of a non-living object, correct? For non-living object, we can say that whatever load is there, that load is coming from outside. But for intelligent people like you and me, correct? Yeah. So we have capability of creating this load within our own system itself. There may not be load from outside, correct? But we are gifted by God that we can go on thinking about that load and create such a load that we really get bend, or even we can get we may get face some kind of a breakdown. So that is possible, especially for the living beings and mainly for the intellectuals. And always we say there is a say, ignorance is a bliss, ajnana sukh asta. So if you don't know what is stress, correct, people are very happy about it. They don't know, they feel it's okay, it's going on. चलो आज खाना मिल गया, बहुत बढ़िया है, मजा आ गया, चलो अभी कल का कल सोचेंगे, कल के लिए आज क्या सोचना है, जाएंगे तभी, कल मिलेगा तो खाएंगे, नहीं मिलेगा तो नहीं खाएंगे, बराबर? हम लोग क्या है कि we are very intellectual people, so we study a lot, we think a lot, we plan about our future, we do n number of things. So all these things, I think they add to our stress, because please remember one thing, that stress is never at the present moment. अभी ये क्षण में आपके लिए कुछ भी स्ट्रेस नहीं है. Stress is either for the past, for the things, either for the guilt, for things you have done or you have not done, or it is for the anxiety for the future. Right? That moment that you are living, it is absolutely stress-free. Please remember it. Correct? Now, if I just ask you, can you recollect whenever there is a lively session, we say that we interact, and then we always have the answers from friends who are participating in this kind of lecture. So we ask, or maybe I can just request you to recollect, the most stressful event of your life. Like, don't tell me that you are born as a yogi and you have never faced any kind of a stressful situation in the life at all. So, you also remember that you also have taken oath of Satya, correct? Yeah. So you are supposed to talk truth about, your own life at least. So when we say that, any stressful event, and if I give you just some kind of list, like maybe, we had sudden death of near and dear ones, or maybe, we have injury, we have sickness, we have maybe financial problems, we have loss of job, even a post-pandemic period, we have different kind of, problems. And all those problems, if I ask you that whether, these problems were stressful event, believe me, majority of the people, if I ask you to write down on a piece of paper, the most stressful event of my life, whatever we have listed out, maybe 4 or 5 of them. So at least one of them will come on the top as a most stressful event. Probably, what I understand is that, whenever we are talking about all these things that are stressful, no doubt about it, loss of any near and dear one brings a lot of stress to our life, correct? So when we start, really thinking about what was the most stressful event in my life itself, correct? Unknowingly, we always, have an impression that stress is synonymous with worry. So any event which increases our worries, any event which increases our problem, correct, is something which creates maximum stress for you. Correct? You and me, of course, both, correct? But, unfortunately, this is not 100% truth, because that even there are so many good things which are happening in your life, which also are equally stressful. Like, say, suppose, if at all you are changing a house, you are, shifting for a better place. Right? Be very, very, very honest to yourself. Whenever you are going to change, are you not stressful, or are you not having some kind of anxiety? What kind of a neighborhood I will get? What kind of a society I will get? What ultimately I am shifting. It's really all the lifetime saving I am putting in for purchasing this kind of a flat which I always wanted to. And what kind of a मेरे पड़ोसी कैसे होंगे, correct? Will we have any harmonious relationship, or I will have any kind of a problem at all? अपने घर में शादी है. It's a very, very good event, correct? Yeah. So are you having some kind of a stress at that time, especially in this post-pandemic area, correct? Everybody is worried, you have planned for maybe, 400 guests, because, your only son or a daughter was to get married, and that is the bare minimum that you must invite. And then, every day some different reports are coming, different figures are coming, and different, number of guests which are allowed is coming. So you are reducing it, and then, you made it maybe only 50, and then again you realize that no, now you can, invite 200, but then till that particular event is over, yeah, you are always under stress, because whether everything will go on smoothly or not, whether there will not be any problem at all or not, correct? So even the good things also bring stress. Earlier they used to say that whenever a girl is getting married, her parents are under tremendous stress, because, she is shifting from, a house where she is well settled. she's almost like uprooted and going to some other family, and she's going to stay. Of course, nowadays the situation has changed. Actually, it is boys' fathers who are more stressful whenever a boy is getting married, and not girls' fathers. Because they say, "चलो यार, अपना तो अभी सब कर्तव्य निभा लिया, अभी जो है वो दूसरे के घर जा रही है, वो मैनेज कर लेगी." Yeah. So the things change, situation go on changing. Your body, mind, and intellect. Whenever we talked about yoga therapy, we have said that you are a complex which is of your body, physical body, your mind and intellect or consciousness, and whatever you have. So they have much wider definition for stress. Okay? So what is the definition? That definition says that any change leads to stress. What do you mean by any change? Any change means the change may be good, the change may be bad, or change may be even imaginary. Right now, whenever we are discussing about, two examples, like we had a misconcept that whatever are the things which adds to our worry, which adds to our pain, misery, they bring the stress. So bad things we are quite, aware of. Then we discussed about some good things also, like maybe, shifting our house, or maybe even changing our job, or transferring on promotion. So we really don't know what kind of office they will have, what kind of a colleagues I will have, what kind of a cooperation I will get and what not. So even the good things also bring a lot of stress because it's a change, correct? And what do you understand by imaginary? Because that is the only gift that God has given you, correct? So you can imagine lots of things which are likely to happen in the future, and you can ensure that you are continuously under tremendous stress. And this is what is the fact of life. I'm not saying that it's just like a criticism, but this is what is the fact of life for all of us. And let us take some few examples to understand, what do I mean by imaginary stress. Let us say that, maybe, your brother or sister, or maybe your son or daughter, they are going abroad for the studies, So they had scored very well and they got admission to very good university, and, they are going there. Of course, during this pandemic period itself, there is always a problem till you really, pass that RT-PCR test and you really get a boarding pass. So that itself is one test that you have. Now, okay, somehow other, they managed to do it, and then, after this long waiting period, somehow other they have managed to go, and they are about to join the university. And suddenly, they have gone to a university, and next day there is some news on the TV that in the same university, some of the Indian boy or girl was attacked. So it's all, immediately you start thinking about it. Was that decision a right decision? Is he going to the right university? Why he is going? Probably, if he would have continued his post-graduation studies, maybe in better university in India itself, that would have been better. So all these things are imaginary, but these imaginary things also bring a lot of stress. Now, I just give another example also, especially after this bomb blast in Mumbai. Correct. And if at all you are traveling in a train, and if there is unattended haversack, on the top where people are just keeping their luggage, and one station comes, nobody attends. Second station comes, nobody attends. Now there are only two passengers, you and somebody else, correct? And still that haversack is there, and do you really become anxious that what is it, what it may be? Should I take should I inform the railway police, or should I do all these things? Or even what has happened is that during that time, all of us, we have gone through all that kind of a stressful situation. Any big sound that is coming, suddenly we try to interpret it as if it's a bomb blast, and it creates lots of imaginary stress in our mind. So your body, mind, and intellect, it has much wider definition of stress, and it says that any change is stressful. The change may be good, the change may be bad, or change may be imaginary. Now, the next question comes is that, whether stress is good or bad. Stress is good or bad. But there are two diagonally opposite opinions about, this particular question. If at all, as a philosophy students, if at all you are talking, or if you are looking at the stress, that any kind of a stress is bad. Any kind of a stress is bad. There is no philosophical system which says that stress is good and some amount of stress is necessary. But if you talk about the materialistic world, if you talk about the corporate world, even as a mother, I would say that you are 100% convinced that to some extent stress is necessary. Correct? And what is it that you want your kid to score more? Yeah, you want your kid to score more. So you are 100% convinced that if you at all you allow the kids to study as per their own whims and mercies, as and when he or she feels like studying, let them study. If they feel like watching a TV, let them watch TV. If they feel like going for a movie, let them go for a movie. If they feel like going for playing, let them go and play. You feel that is not a right thing, correct? So unless until you put some kind of a pressure on them, some kind of a stress on them, some kind of a discipline on them, correct? So they are not likely to study because their natural tendency is not to study. That is what is your understanding, correct? So whenever you are saying that you need to have some kind of a bare minimum stress, bare minimum understanding, and what we try to do is that also you put them under a stress by I should not use this word, but that is what is the fact of life. By giving some bribe, correct? Don't you tell them that if you score maybe 80%, I will give you iPhone. If you score 90%, I will give you what is that i13 Pro, correct? So what is it that you are trying to tell them is that you should exert yourself very much, and you must score whatever are expectations. If you score, you are going to get a reward for it. So even for getting that reward, that kid is put under stress. And that's the reason when we talk about the stress in this kind of the materialistic world, we classify stress into good stress and bad stress. Right? As far as philosophically, there is no stress which is good. But as far as the commercial world is concerned, we talk about some stress which is good and some stress which is bad. Now, what is the difference in that? We say whatever is the bad stress, we call it as a distress. The prefix dis indicates it is something bad. Satisfaction and dissatisfaction, likes and dislikes. So whenever you talk about distress, it is something which is a bad stress. And a good stress, we call it the eustress, correct? So a moderate stress, which is good, is eustress. Whenever you are, ultimately, if at all a stressful event is there, it's up to you again. As I said, it's your choice to decide whether you should take that particular stress as a distress or whether you should take that stress as a eustress. And then that will decide, how exactly is likely to be your performance. Let us take a simple example. I think the most important event for me at least, correct, is the entertainment program that we are going to have in the evening. Am I right or wrong? Correct. So all these things are like it's okay. We have to attend, but that is the main entertainment program. And then there may be few of you, who wanted to exhibit your skills. Correct. It so happens that most of the times there are few of the friends who have better leadership abilities, Oh, khud ko, they can project themselves better. So they have already voluntarily they have registered their name, voluntarily they have said that I will do that, I will do this and all those things. And you are of the type who don't want to project yourself. आप एकदम शांत से बैठते हो, लेकिन मन में इच्छा तो है कि मुझे अगर चांस मिलेगा तो मैं कर पाऊंगी, लेकिन मन में ऐसा भी लगता है कि क्या करूंगी यार, ये सब टीचर्स को फोन करना पड़ेगा, थोड़ा मस्का मारना पड़ेगा, थोड़ा ये करना तो ही अपना नंबर लगेगा, नहीं तो अपना नंबर नहीं लगेगा, तो अपने पास तो क्वालिटी है नहीं तो अपना तो नंबर नहीं आएगा। अभी सोच लो कि ऐसे आदमी को, बराबर, ऐसे स्टूडेंट को सडनली मैडम का फोन आ जाता है कि भाई आपने कभी बोला था ना कि आपको यू वांटेड टू पार्टिसिपेट इन द एंटरटेनमेंट प्रोग्राम, तो ठीक है आपका नाम हमने तय कर दिया है, आज आप कर लीजिए। अभी देखिए सिचुएशन इज सेम, करेक्ट? नाउ हाउ डू यू हैव अ चॉइस टू रिएक्ट टू दिस सिचुएशन? अगर आपको आप पॉजिटिवली लेना चाहते हो तो आप सोचोगे कि भाई चलो एनीवे मुझे तो एक्चुअली इच्छा थी, ये मेरी गलती थी कि आई डिड नॉट टेक इनिशिएटिव एंड आई डिड नॉट रजिस्टर माय नेम, बट it's okay, it's a god sent opportunity probably, I am destined to show my skills and exhibit all my creativity in this particular program. Anyway, the time is too short, correct? Even in between the lectures I have some 35-40 minutes. After the lecture I have some 2 hours. So all, whatever time, little time is at my disposal, I will try to focus on it. I will try to plan what exactly I would like to do. And I will try to give whatever is the best performance possible. अगर मुझे इसमें नेगेटिविटी लेनी है तो मैं क्या सोचते रहूंगा कि भाई मुझे एकदम ऐसे 11th आवर पे क्यों बोला गया है. मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि दे वुड लाइक टू मेक अ फन ऑफ मी. दे आर अवेयर कि भाई इतना अभी 1-2 घंटे का प्रिपरेशन में से मैं तो अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस नहीं दे पाऊंगा. तो पर्पसली मुझे बोला गया एंड दे वुड लाइक टू इंश्योर दैट आई मे नॉट बी एबल टू परफॉर्म वेल, एंड देन सब्सिक्वेंटली दे विल कम एंड से कि भाई वी वर ऑलवेज टेलिंग दैट यू विल नॉट बी एबल टू परफॉर्म, एंड दैट्स द रीजन व्हाई दे हैव डेलिबरेटली गिवन मी लेस टाइम टू परफॉर्म. Now, if at all we have these two attitudes, what is the outcome that we have to understand? Now, if at all I fail, I take it as a positive way, I concentrate, and then definitely my performance is likely to be better, correct? And normally we are all very decent people, so whatever is the performance, we praise each other. Am I right or wrong? Correct? We always say, "हाँ बहुत बढ़िया गाना गया, बहुत अच्छा हो गया." Correct? No, all those praiseworthy words, correct? Yeah. So they boost my confidence. I say, yeah, with just a preparation of 2 hours, I could give very good performance. That means definitely God has gifted me lots of talent, lots of, all other things. Maybe, all throughout my life, I did not get an opportunity. So now is a time that I can try to harness those skills. I can try to give better and better performances. And that leads to, more and more performances and more successes. Now the other way around, when I'm saying that, मुझे दिया ही गया है कि मेरी सब I should fail and others should laugh at me. तो होता क्या है कि भाई I am not able to really give 100% performance, whatever time is allotted to me, correct? Because at the back of my mind, I have already accepted me as a failure, correct? So I am not able to give it, and then obviously the performance is not good. And even if people come and say कि सर आपका लेक्चर अच्छा था, उनके वो जो बोलते हैं ना उससे अपने को समझता है ना अच्छा था यानी कि रियल अच्छा था कि भाई ये खाली एक लिप सर्विस है. अपने को भी तो समझ जाता है ना, इतने तो हम लोग होशियार है ही ना, बराबर है. तो अपने को ऐसा लगता है कि अपना अच्छा हो गया नहीं तो अच्छा है, मैंने अभी तक नहीं किया था वही अच्छा था, आई शुड नॉट डू इट. नाउ सिचुएशन इज सेम, द वे इन विच यू लुक एट इट, करेक्ट, डिसाइड्स whether you have taken that as a good stress or a bad stress. So that is the reason I said that whatever you are facing the situation, it's your choice. Stress will definitely be there, I'm not saying. That is the reason, otherwise we would have given a title as how to lead a stress-free life. So it is not possible. Stress is an inevitable part of our life, at least as far as today is concerned. That is what is a practical thing that we should accept. Accepting that stress can be eliminated from my life is a theoretical solution, and living happily with stress is a practical solution. So that is the reason why we say that practically, let us try and understand and refine our skills, how we can take the stress as a positive, and just try to live happily in any situation that we are going. Now, let us go further and understand, what are the attitudes that lead to distress. As I said, right now we talked about distress. Distress is taking stress in a very negative way, which will have, negative impact on our performance. And, probably then that will add more and more stress to us, and we will not be able to, do things the way in which we should have done in our life. So I have just listed out some of the attitudes. Not that this list is exhaustive, but this is just an opportunity for you to think about it, and you can list out your own attitudes which are adding stress to you, and you can work on it. Correct. So that is what is the basic purpose. So as I said, this list is not an exhaustive list. Correct. It is something that came to my mind, and I'm just trying to share it with you. The first is that, having very high ideals about self or others. Having very high ideal self or others. Probably earlier also whenever we had interaction, I had told you that even in our childhood we have been told that having low aim is a crime. Do you remember? We discussed it. Having low aim is a crime. But today we have to give an extension to this particular statement, saying that no doubt about it, having low aim is a crime. But having too high aim is more than a crime. Because that is leading to stress, that is leading to frustration, that is leading to all the social problems that we have, and for which we do not have, unfortunately, we do not have the solutions. So having low aim is a crime, but having too high aim. And how is too high aim? I will just give you one simple real life, example, and then probably you can understand it better in so many other situations also. Let us take as a parent and a kid. Right? Either we are a parent or we are a kid. Looking at the age diversity that we have in this group. Correct? We are in either of this group. Correct? Now let us understand what are the expectations of any parent from any kid. Any parent from any kid. Correct? Yeah. So every parent feels that his or her kid should be very smart. Correct? He should have all the knowledge. He should be intelligent. He should be all-rounder. In cricket, they say he should be all-rounder. He should be an excellent bowler. He should be an excellent batsman. Correct? He should excel in each and everything that he is doing in the life. Correct? Yeah. Now, what are the expectations from the kid? Expectations of kids from the parents? Let us understand it, let us be very honest with each other, correct? And you also try and apply and, just try and see whether whatever I'm talking about is true or false. Kids' expectations are that my parents should be rich, obviously, so that my future is secure. That is the bare minimum that, every kid expects. So whatever is my demand, correct? There should not be an answer that, we cannot afford, correct? We should not say that we cannot afford. And even for the rich parents, I have seen that whenever for a person who has earned enough of money and when a kid demands something which he has not enjoyed in his school days, his or her school days, so they say that we want this, and the parents say that no, it is not correct. You will get everything, but this is not a proper age to have maybe that kind of the latest gadget of mobile and this and that. You will get something, you will definitely get, but it will take its own time. We never used to have any kind of a mobile. And believe me, nowadays the kids are so smart. What is the answer that they give? Mama, say, your parents were not rich. That is not my fault, no? Say, I am blessed. I am happy that my parents are rich. So I deserve all those things, and ultimately what for you are earning so much? It is for me only, no? So you should, fulfill all my demands. So the expectations of kids are that the parents should be rich. They should be very liberal. They should not ask questions, They should not poke their dirty nose in each and everything that I am doing. So these basically two things itself, correct? They are so much so conflicting. They are so much so conflicting. And there is a wide gap in between. So whenever you have very high ideals from anyone, I am talking kid as the most this thing. So expectations of parents from the kids and expectations of kids from the parents. I am not just trying to criticize only the parents. I am subtly and very as a friendly manner. I am trying to show the mirror to the kids also who are there in this group, correct, about their expectations from their parents. But whenever you have these kind of very very high ideals, correct, yeah, you are likely to have a very very approach which will lead to every situation which is a distressful. Always impatient and jump at the conclusion. Correct? Like say right now, suppose whenever, of course, this question cannot be. It may not be very appropriate whenever you are doing it online. But whenever there is a one-to-one interaction, or maybe whenever there is a physical lecture, correct? Yeah. So you just ask a question, or you can try it out in your own friends group or anything also. It's a very simple question that you have to ask. That you ask them, are you happy? Are you married? Are you married? So immediately, people will raise the hands. But, this is only a pause, So are you married or happy? That completes the question. Whatever, activity that we have been programmed by seeing all those, the quizzes and all on the TV, that our hand is always on the buzzer, Before the question is completed, I am supposed to press the buzzer. Then only, I will be given a chance to answer the question, correct? And then only I will be the final winner. So we do not have patience, correct? Immediately we jump at the conclusion. Especially for you as a yoga therapist, whenever we had a counseling lecture, I had told you that what you need to do is that you need to have a lot of patience to listen to the problems of the patient, correct? Not jumping at the conclusion. You may be expert, correct? On the group also I have seen that there are so many things, so many of our friends who have already started giving services as a therapist. It's very good, correct? Yeah. So don't just try to jump to a conclusion. When your patient is trying to say that, I have this problem, don't jump at the conclusion. Give enough of time for him or her to talk about it and then do it. And it is not necessary only for you as a yoga therapist, correct? Even in your day-to-day life also, if your kid comes late, start bombarding him, start, questioning him about whatnot. Just be patient, try and understand what exactly is the reason. There may be some reasons which are beyond his or her control. There may be some problem, maybe in the public transport system, there may be some problem on the road, there may be some other thing because of which they are delayed. Now, if you keep some patience, majority of these conflicting situations can be avoided, correct? Allow others to talk first, and then you form your opinion rather than forming your opinion and then looking at each and everything right from that particular, spectacles only, correct? Third is that feeling only your ideas are right. Feeling only your ideas are right. It is not so. But many times it happens. And even I have seen in the corporate world also. Of course, even in the families also it is there. But even in the corporate world also, boss is always right. Why? Because, he has all those appraisals and all this thing by end of the year. So उससे पंगा कौन लेगा? वो बोलता है ना कि भाई कोविड का अभी ये नहीं होने वाला है. ठीक है भाई, नहीं होने वाला है, अपना क्या जाता है, वो ना बोलता है तो ना होगा. वो बोलता है नहीं अभी बहुत फैलने वाला है. हाँ सर, आप जो बोल रहे हो सही बराबर है, करें. No, what happens is that, people may be just trying to agree with you on the face of it, but they laugh at you. Yaar. Please remember thing, correct? They just laugh at you. You cannot be, next to Brahmadev, who knows about all the subjects in the world, and you are supposed to be the only expert as far as every subject is concerned. Correct? Do not have that kind of attitude, because finally, that will lead to distress. At one point of time, you will understand that, all these people who were just, telling me, they were they were not heart to heart. They were not telling you heart to heart. They were not accepting me. Correct? They were just trying to, say something which was for pleasing me, not the facts of life. Then we have, blaming yourself. Since majority of the friends here are ladies, this is a peculiar characteristic of, ladies, and even especially the mothers, correct? Because you just do so much of hard work for your kids, and you really go. I'm telling you very honestly, whenever a lady comes for any kind of a counseling, and if I tell her, and even in your case also, though you are very intelligent and you are all yoga teachers, I can give you guarantee that tonight you just take one piece of paper and try and write down, what are your priorities in the life? What is the priority? Yeah, and believe me, yeah, if you do this exercise, in first 10 priorities, your name will not come. Your priority will be your husband, your priority will be your kids, your priority will be your sasuma, sasurji, neighbor, and whatnot. But never you, correct? What happens is that you are giving so much of thing to the family, and whenever the results are not as expected, by you, what you do is that unnecessary, you start cursing yourself. You feel, क्या मेरी क्या गलती होगी कि मैं ही कुछ संस्कार देने में कम पड़ गई. It's not like that, yaar, correct? So blaming yourself for no reason, somebody else failed, somebody else has done some mischief, somebody else is not behaving properly. No, you are not to be blamed for it. No, you have done whatever you should have done. So ultimately, he or she has their own choice. So if they have not done it properly, you need not you need not blame yourself. Getting upset with very minor hassles. So we travel by train and we miss a regular train. We just missed a regular train, or we are just going out of the house and you just you are already late and you request some auto person to drop yourself. You request him to halt. He never pays attention to it at all, and he just he just speeds away, and you get so much so under. He may be having his own problem here, but with this, it's such a small thing, na. To what extent you can go on extending about it? No, अभी पहले दिन की शुरुआत ही खराब हो गई. दिन की शुरुआत ही अभी खराब हो गई. अभी मालूम नहीं ना मालूम नहीं ऑफिस में क्या होने वाला है. And with this kind of attitude which you go, and to what extent we go on extending, there is no limit to it. There is no limit to it. एक मैं आपको जैसे एक स्टोरी बताता हूँ कि एक महोदय जा रहे थे, कुछ बम्बई से पूना जा रहे थे, बराबर है. तो बम्बई में वो ट्रेन में बैठ गए. सामने एक लड़का आया तो उसने पूछा कि भाई अंकल आप किधर जा रहे हो. बोले ये सोच रहा था मैं क्यों जवाब दूं, ये क्यों मेरे को पूछ रहा है, उद्देश्य क्या है इसका पूछने का. मैं बोला ठीक है कि पुणे जा रहा हूँ. वापस पूछा कि मैं कितने बजे, उसने जवाब ही नहीं दिया. वो लड़के ने सीधा खाली सिंपल पूछा कितने, व्हाट्स द टाइम. अभी यू कुड हैव टोल्ड व्हाट एग्जैक्टली इज द टाइम. तो उसने जवाब ही नहीं दिया. तो लड़का बोला कि ये खड़ूस होएगा, इसके साथ में अभी 3 घंटा बैठ के कुछ मतलब नहीं है. उसने सीट चेंज कर दी. मैं सब ये देख रहा था, ये कोई देख रहा था. उसने पूछा वो आदमी को ऐसा आपने क्यों किया. उसने खाली टाइम पूछा था तो आप बता देते थे ना. बोला नहीं आपको मालूम नहीं है आजकल के लड़के. बोला क्या हो गया. अरे अभी देखो उसने चालू किया, कहाँ जा रहे हो. बोला मैं बोला पूना जा रहा हूँ. बाद में पूछा टाइम क्या हो गया. तो मैं बोला इतना टाइम हो गया. फिर बोलेंगे पूना कहाँ रहते हो. फिर मैं बोलूंगा यहाँ रहता हूँ. तो बोला मेरा भी पहचान वाला उधर ही रहता है, आप उधर ही रहते हो क्या. बोला मैं बोला हाँ रहता हूँ. फिर बोलेगा मैं उधर ही जा रहा हूँ, तो आप उधर ही जा रहे हो तो हम लोग साथ में ही जाएंगे, उसमें क्या फर्क पड़ती है. बोला उधर जाएगा फिर वो मेरे घर में आएगा. अभी नजदीक ही रहते हैं ना, तो मेरे घर में आएगा. बोला आने दोनों, उसमें क्या फर्क पड़ेगा. नहीं आएगा तो हमारे घर में ऐसा रिवाज है कि कोई भी मेहमान आएगा तो हम लोग चाय देते हैं. बोला देना चाहिए. बोला नहीं मेरी बेटी चाय लेके आएगी. बोला क्या फर्क पड़ता है लाया तो. अरे भाई बेटी आएगी तो मेरी बेटी बहुत सुंदर है तो वो बोलेगा इसके साथ मेरे को शादी करना है. बोला बोला भी तो क्या होता है. अरे बोला क्या आप पागल हो, जो आदमी के पास घड़ी नहीं है उसके साथ मेरी बेटी की शादी करो. अभी क्या था, पूछा था क्या कि भाई क्या कितना टाइम हो गया, उसका किधर तक गया. ये अपनी ऐसी जो आदत है ना, ये आदत से हमको इतना मार दिया है और इतना हम लोग करते हैं कि भाई उसकी वजह से अपने बहुत से जो भी कुछ ज्यादा करके प्रॉब्लम आते हैं ना, वो बहुत आते हैं. फिर देन यू हैव अनदर थिंग व्हिच यू से एक्सेप्टिंग सोशल ऑब्लिगेशंस फॉर व्हिच यू हैव नो टाइम. कि हमको कोई भी कुछ भी बोलेगा ना कि भाई हाँ चलो आप परसों मुझे यार यहाँ जाना है तो आप आओगे. बोला हाँ ना कैसा बोलने का ना. और एक जो सेंटेंस मैं बोल रहा हूँ ना वो ध्यान में रखना बराबर. तो आपके 50% प्रॉब्लम निकल जाएंगे. बराबर. कभी भी आप सोचते हो ना, बराबर, ये सेंटेंस ध्यान में रखना. सबसे बड़ा रोग क्या कहेंगे लोग. अरे लोगों को कुछ पड़ी नहीं है यार. समझो आपने बोला ना कि मैडम आप आ रही हो क्या पर्टिकुलर इसमें, आपने ना बोला. बोला ठीक है उसको नहीं टाइम होएगा, दूसरे किसी को पूछ लूंगी जाऊंगी. अभी आप बोलोगे मैं ना कहूंगी तो फिर उसका दिल दुखाऊंगी, फिर उसको प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगा, ये मेरी गलती है. अभी गलती है तो क्या हो गया, आपने दूसरे किसको भी कमिटमेंट दी थी तो अभी बोलेंगे उसको कुछ एडजस्ट करेंगे. अभी वो बोलती है कि भाई आपने मेरे को बोला था कि मैं इतना बजे आऊंगी, अभी आप बोल रहे हो 2 घंटा लेट आऊंगी. तो अभी उसको भी नाराज किया, इसको भी नाराज किया, सबको नाराज हो गया. तो ये भूल जाइए, लोगों के पास बिल्कुल टाइम नहीं है. बराबर है क्या. सो आई ऑलवेज से that you have to, as you have to do so many things in your life, so you also have to learn very most or important thing in your life, how to say no. It is not necessary that for every answer you have to say yes. क्यों? क्योंकि क्या कहेंगे लोग, लोगों को कैसा लगेगा मैं ना कहा तो, लोगों को कुछ नहीं लगेगा. आपने ऑन द फेस अगर कहा ना तो बुरा नहीं लगेगा. आपने हाँ कहा और फिर हाँ ना के चक्कर में आप चलती गए ना तो लोगों को बुरा लगेगा. ऑन द फेस ऑफ इट अगर आपने कहा तो कुछ इतना खराब नहीं लगेगा. करेक्ट. So I always say that try and understand whether you have any kind of these attitudes, and this can be extended. You can add to it also, because you are all unique people, correct? So you have some more attitudes and you can share with me. So maybe next year we can add all those attitudes there. So please try and observe that stress is minimum with the people who look upon problems as opportunities. Who look upon problems as opportunities. Correct? So most of the times what happens is that whenever the problem comes, correct, we get bogged down because we really don't have a solution to it. We feel that we do not have capacity to resolve it. But even if you see the commercial world, I am saying, because I am giving you both the viewpoints, that even for the commercial world, see the industry which succeeds the most, which earns maximum profit, is always interested in what are my customers' problem. And the classic example is, of course, this applies to each and every industry, but the classic example is software industry. Software industry, what is the foundation in that? The foundation is that what are your problems? What are your problems? I offer you solution to that problem, correct, with using my intelligence. And because I am offering a solution, I take my pound of flesh, correct? Yeah. So whenever you are having some problem, maybe, whether it is data analysis, whether it is, measuring the color, whether it is, any kind of a thing, any kind of a problem that you have, if at all I can give a solution to it, correct? Then, of course, probably I have a right to ask for my pound of flesh, correct? Now again, just imagine, they always say that, what is the future of the personal transport system? Like they say that, nowadays we are talking about the petrol cars and more these things added to it. And of course, now we have come to a stage saying that, that the future lies in electric cars. The future lies in electric cars for the simple reason that the number of moving parts are less than, maybe 1/100th of the moving parts. So the maintenance cost is not there. But the problems are there, no? Not that the problems are not there. Right? First is that the cost of battery is very high. Second is that time taken for charging is very high. Third is that there are no adequate charging stations on the road. So if at all you look at the problems, you will never be able to progress. You look at the problem as a prospective solution. Maybe you will be able to find out some solution to it, and then only you will be able to make some kind of a progress in it. So please remember that you must look at each and everything as an opportunity. And if you do that, then the stress will be like a eustress and not like a distress. Now we understood about the attitudes, and now let us understand, that at which stage I am. I means all of us, not only me, but all of us, correct? So we are either of the three stages. Either we are at the level of graduation in terms of stress, or post-graduation, or doctorate. These are the three levels that you have. So what are these three levels? Let us understand and let us take some examples and try and understand which exactly is my level of stress. Three stages that we talked about. That the first is the early stress arousal. Correct? Maybe we can say that चिंता से परिचय, चिंता से प्यार, और चिंता से दोस्ती. चिंता से प्यार मोहब्बत हो जाती है, अच्छा लगता है. चिंता होगी, स्ट्रेस होगी तो अपने को अच्छा लगता है. उससे दोस्ती हो जाती है. तो अभी क्या सिम्टम्स है कि आप जरा गौर से सुन लीजिए कि वेदर you are at the graduation level at all or not. Don't worry, none of you are undergraduate level. I did not say that there is any level below that. Either you are graduation, post-graduation, or doctorate. Correct? So you are not at all below that. So if at all you are at the graduation level, what are the symptoms? What are the things that you have? The first is that the irritability for very minor things, very minor things. अभी सिंपल चीज है कि भाई घर में सुबह कुछ भी ब्रेकफास्ट के लिए कुछ बनाया और बीबी में समझो मुझे अच्छा लगता है करके उपमा बनाया और उपमे में नमक डालना भूल गई। भाई कितनी सिंपल चीज है ना, कुछ बहुत बड़ी चीज तो है नहीं, नमक डालना भूल गई तो मैं क्या करना चाहिए, ले लेना चाहिए, उसमें थोड़ा नमक छिड़कना चाहिए और खा लेना चाहिए। अभी ये छोटी चीज है, इसमें समझो मैं गर्म हो गया, मैं बोला ये क्या क्या उपमा बना है। अभी पुराना जमाना गया है ना, जो जब भी बोले कि क्या हो गया, अभी बोला क्या बना है, नहीं कि क्या बना है, उपमा बने हैं, उसमें क्या है, बोला क्या नमक भी नहीं है उसमें, बोला नमक नहीं है तो क्या हो गया, डाल के ले, उसमें बड़ी बात क्या है, उसमें इतना बड़ा ये करने की जरूरत क्या है। अभी मैं बोलता हूँ नहीं मुझे मालूम है कि जब भी मुझे याद है, मैं जब भी 40 साल पहले जब भी लड़की देखने को गया था ना, तभी आपके घर में भी उपमा बनाया था, उसमें भी नमक डाला था। अभी कहाँ की बात कहाँ तक चली गई और कितना इरिटेशन, और उसके लिए और फिर फाइनली आंसर क्या मिलेगा कि भाई आज बना के दिया है, कल से एक काम करना, मेहरबानी करके तेरा ब्रेकफास्ट तू बना लेना, मेरा ब्रेकफास्ट मैं बना लूंगी। अभी छोटी सी बात है, इतना खाली इरिटेशन हो गया तो क्या होगा। अभी उसमें देखो कैसा कैसा सिचुएशन कैसा बदल जाता है। मुझे उपमा दे दिया, मैं चुपचाप खा लिया, जो मैं हमेशा करता हूँ, बराबर, ट्रस्ट मी है ऐसा तो जो मैं खा लेता हूँ, बराबर, उपमा खा लिया, मैं ऑफिस चला गया, बराबर। बाद में ऑफिस जाने के बाद बीबी ने ब्रेकफास्ट के लिए उपमा लिया, और जैसा भी उसने लिया ना, तो उसको समझ गया कि भाई अरे आज नमक डालना भूल गई। अभी शाम को आने के बाद मुझे बोला अभी क्या आदमी है यार तुम, घर में भी बोल नहीं सकता है कि भाई नमक भूल गई करके। अभी सिचुएशन वही है, मेरी रिएक्शन अगर बदल गई, बराबर है, तो मेरी लाइफ में कितना बदलाव आया देखो। दूसरे दिन से या तो मेरे को खुद का ब्रेकफास्ट मिलेगा, या तो दूसरे दिन से और प्यार से ब्रेकफास्ट मिलेगा, एक की जगह दो चीजें मिलेगी। इट्स ऑल माई चॉइस, करेक्ट। सो इफ यू आर गेटिंग इरिटेटेड बाय वेरी माइनर थिंग्स, करेक्ट, यू आर एट द लेवल ऑफ ग्रेजुएशन। सेकंड इज एंग्जाइटी, वी आर ऑलवेज एंग्शियस अबाउट इट, करेक्ट। अभी देखो आप सब लोग है ना, घर से जब भी बाहर जाते हो, घर से बाहर जाते हो, बराबर, तो घर को लॉक लगाते हो क्या नहीं लगाते हो, घर को लॉक लगाते हो ना, बराबर। तो कैसा है वो पूरा सिस्टम आप जरा देख लीजिए, सोच लीजिए कैसा करते हो। घर से बाहर गए तो उसको जो भी कुछ कड़ी लगा दिया, लॉक लगा दिया, चाबी लगा दिया, उसको घुमा लिया, बराबर है, लॉक हो गया। अभी आप चली जाती हो क्या और कुछ करती हो, जरा सुनिए, जरा वापस गौर से सोचिए। वो लॉक लग गया, अभी आपको एंग्जाइटी है कि भाई बराबर लगा है कि नहीं, करके क्या करती हो आप, वो लॉक पकड़ के खींच के देखती हो कि भाई बराबर लगा है कि नहीं लगा है, खुलने तो नहीं रहा है, बराबर है। अभी देखो आपने महंगा से महंगा लॉक लिया, ब्रांडेड लॉक लिया, बराबर है, आपको टेक्नोलॉजी में फेथ है कि अगर वो समझो क्लॉक वाइज घुमाएगा तो वो लॉक हो जाता है, सब कुछ मालूम है। लेकिन आपकी जो एंग्जाइटी है ना, विच इज देयर डीप रूटेड इन योर माइंड, करेक्ट, दैट मेक्स यू डू ऑल दिस थिंग, करेक्ट। ऐसा खाली आपके लिए नहीं बोलता हूँ, सब लोग, हम लोग जब भी ट्रेन में जाते हैं, अभी वी आर ऑल वेरी गुड सिटीजन्स ऑफ द कंट्री, सो वी ऑलवेज हैव आवर ओन पास और टिकट और व्हाटएवर इट मे बी। लेकिन जैसा भी टीसी आया ना, जैसा भी टीसी आया, बराबर, तो हम लोग वापस एक बार चेक करते हैं कि पास है कि नहीं है, बराबर। इट इज फॉर एंग्जाइटी, नो, सो व्हाई यू शुड हैव एंग्जाइटी, या सो इफ यू हैव दिस काइंड ऑफ अ सिम्टम, यू आर एट द ग्रेजुएशन लेवल। ओकेजनल फॉरगेटफुलनेस, करेक्ट, मेजरली समझो, अगर कभी भी कुछ आप ज्यादा खाना बने और एक से ज्यादा लेडीज है किचन में, तो हमेशा एक क्वेश्चन पूछेगा, मैंने नमक डाला क्या कि नहीं डाला। अभी डाला तो होगा ही ना, बिकॉज दैट इज व्हाट यू आर डूइंग इट, यू आर रेगुलरली। इफ यू आर ऑल अलोन, यू नेवर हैव एनी क्वेश्चन, बट द मोमेंट यू हैव मोर देन वन कुक, दैट इज द रीजन व्हाई दे से ना टू मेनी कुक स्पॉइल द डिश, बिकॉज यू आर ऑलवेज कंसल्टिंग अदर्स ना, मैंने डाला है कि नहीं, तो क्या है सेफ, कि कोई बोला बाद में नहीं डाला था, तो मैंने पूछा था ना कि मैं नहीं डाला है, उसने बोला डाला है करके करके मैंने नहीं डाला। या नेक्स्ट इज निग्लेक्टिंग अदर्स अचीवमेंट्स, अगर आपके पास कोई भी आता है, बोलता है कि भाई मुझे इतने मार्क मिले, तो कोई भी आके जब भी आपको बोलता है तो यू शुड फील हैप्पी अबाउट इट, एम आई राइट और रॉन्ग, यू शुड फील हैप्पी अबाउट इट, बराबर है। लेकिन आप लगता है कि मैंने आपको बोला कि मैडम ये लीजिए, मैं पेड़ा लिया, बोला क्यों हो गया, नहीं नहीं मैं 10th स्टैंडर्ड में अच्छे तरह से पास हो गया और मुझे 85% आए। अभी आप चुपचाप पेड़ा खाना चाहिए, बोला अच्छा हो गया, यही मेरी अपेक्षा होगी क्या नहीं। अभी आपने बोला कितना 85% है, अरे हमारे सोसाइटी में लगभग 30-40 लड़के सबको 92 के ऊपर आए। भाई मेरे को 85% है, उसमें तो आप संतुष्ट रहो, मैं पेड़ा दे रहा हूँ, आपके पास से कुछ मांग नहीं रहा हूँ, बराबर। बट निग्लेक्टिंग अदर्स अचीवमेंट, दैट बिकम्स our habit. Too sensitive, correct? Yeah. So especially, whenever you are going for a movie, just to take a real life example, whenever you are going for a movie and when there is a scene like some villain is trying to, harass some heroine and whatnot, and there is something where you really feel a pain and grief about it. So obviously, they hire some music composer, and he gives a appropriate raga and appropriate music to create that effect of pain and grief in the entire thing, correct? Even on when you see the TV also, all these things are possible. But do you voluntarily give some other background music also? If at all you are doing it, you are involved so much into that particular thing, and you are giving that background music. That means you are just trying to involve too much, and you are becoming too sensitive in all these things. You are not trying to understand that is something which is going on a screen, and I am independent. I am not involved into all those things, correct? Even many times, we feel and we get disturbed by slightest stimuli like a doorbell, a telephone ring, correct, or a bang of something. Suddenly आपको लगता है कि अरे यार क्या हो गया? So if it are, especially as for the aged people, they come and they complain कि जैसी भी बेल बजती है ना, मेरी हार्ट बीट्स बढ़ती है, करेक्ट? So all those things, they are indicative that the stress has already taken a toll, and you already have a graduation certificate. So if you don't have that, then probably you are in the next level of post-graduation. So what are the symptoms in post-graduation? Yeah. So post-graduation is that we say struggle and resistance with the stress. Struggle and resistance with the stress. चिंता से लड़ाई, या जोकिंगली ऐसे चिंता से शादी. चिंता को छोड़ तो नहीं सकते, तो उससे शादी बना लिया, अभी उसके साथ में हमेशा दुखी रहना ही रहना है. What are they? The tired and fatigued for no reason. You will feel so many people, even your relatives also, your family members also. Not that physically they are exerted, but most of the days, whenever they get up, they say, no, I don't feel like, doing any work. अभी आजकल क्या है, कोविड की वजह से ऐसा हो रहा है. सब लोग बोल रहे हैं कि ऐसा क्या होता है कि enthusiasm ही नहीं रहता है, ऐसा लग ही नहीं रहा है कि काम करूं करके, करेक्ट? So that may be because of the stress level. Worried continuously. यानी कि ऐसा लगता है कि भगवान ने आपका एक अवतार ऐसा किया है ना कि ये दुनिया में जितने भी प्रॉब्लम है आपको ही सॉल्व करने, तो आपके सर पे पूरा वो बोझ पूरा वो डाल दिया है. तो आपको जहां भी देखो ना वहां चिंता ही दिखती, वहां यही दिखते. एक बहुत अच्छी मराठी कविता है, द टाइटल ऑफ द पोएम है चिंतातुर जंतु, करेक्ट? राम गणेश गडकरी करके बहुत पुराने पोएट थे, उनकी बहुत अच्छी कविता है. और क्या है, सिंपल चीज है. तो वो क्या बोलते हैं कि वो कविता जो चालू होती है ना, उससे ऐसा होता है, ये आदमी पूछता है कि भाई अरे भगवान, अभी रात हो गई है, सब लोग सो गए हैं, बराबर, तो अभी तू इतने तारे क्यों लगा रहे ऊपर? अभी किसको उजेड़ नहीं चाहिए, किसको प्रकाश नहीं चाहिए, तो इतने ऊपर क्यों लगा रहा है? तो कवि उसको कहता है कि भाई तेरी चिंता सही है, लेकिन तू एक काम कर, ऊपर जाके भगवान को ही पूछ लेना, क्यों ऐसा कर रहे हैं. और ऐसे बहुत अच्छी कविता, अगर आपको इंटरेस्ट होगा आप मुझे मेल भेजिए, मैं मराठी में है कविता, लेकिन वो बहुत अच्छी है. बोलता है कि बाढ़ आ गई, तो मुझे बहुत खराब लगता है यार, कितना पानी वेस्ट हो जा रहा है, बराबर. तो बोला अगर ऐसा लग रहा है ना तेरे को, तो कूद जाना बाढ़ में, तभी तेरे को समझ आएगा क्यों हो गया. और कभी बाद में कहता है कि ये भगवान, ये बाकी तू कुछ कर ना कर, वो तारे लगा नहीं लगा, बाढ़ का ऊपर कंट्रोल कर नहीं कर, लेकिन ऐसे जो चिंतातुर जंतु ये दुनिया में है ना, उसको जल्दी ऊपर लेके जा, तो दुनिया अच्छी हो जाएगी, बराबर. So you also will come across some of the people who are continuously, worried about it, who continuously talk of negativity. People try to avoid interacting with these kind of people. Then is indecision. You take some decision, You take some decision after enough of studies, like say you wanted to, after the exams are over, final exams are over, you have planned for the holidays. So you decided, for last 3 years, I did not go for any vacation. So after this exam, I am definitely going to go. And then you book in advance, maybe, any tour. Now you have booked it. You have done a lot of studies and you have booked it, correct? Now, is there any point in worrying about it later on? कि भाई क्या होगा, क्या पता आफ्टर द एग्जाम पहले टाइम पे होगी कि नहीं होगी, अगर एग्जाम डिले हो गई तो मैं क्या करूंगी, तो मेरा कैसा होगा, तो मेरा साल भी फोकट जाएगा. अगर मैंने टिकट तो निकाल दिया है लेकिन फिर वो टाइम भी कोरोना की सिचुएशन क्या होगी, मुझे जाना मिलेगा कि नहीं मिलेगा, अगर गई भी तो क्या मालूम उधर क्या होता है. आजकल वेदर इतना अनप्रेडिक्टेबल है, उधर जाने के बाद समझो उधर बर्फ गिर रही है तो मेरी छुट्टी सब खराब हो जाएगी, तो जाऊं या नहीं जाऊं. बराबर है. ये जो हेमलेट जैसा जो सोचना चालू रहता है ना, बराबर है. तो अगर आप ऐसा हमेशा करते हो तो देन यू आर एट द पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन लेवल. indifferent, that means not disturbed by others pain. Normally as a human being, अगर किसको कुछ भी दुख हो रहा है तो अपने को भी खराब लगता है. मैं ऐसा नहीं बोलता हूँ कि आप सब काम धाम छोड़ के उसका दुख के इलाज करने के लिए. एज ए ह्यूमन बीइंग, वी आर सेंसिटिव, वी फील बैड अबाउट इट. But, whenever, there is too much of stress in your life and it has modified your thinking process itself, correct? You do not get disturbed about other pain. ठीक है, उसको लगा ना तो क्या करूं मैं, एक्सीडेंट हो गया ना तो ठीक है, क्या हो गया, अभी क्या है, अभी क्या बोलने का, उसको ही मालूम होना चाहिए कि भाई किस तरह से चलना चाहिए, किस तरह से ड्राइविंग करना चाहिए, किस तरह से ट्रेन में खंबे को पकड़ के बाहर खड़ा नहीं रहना चाहिए. So all those things. Next is social withdrawal. That means these kind of people, they don't try to mix up with the people. अभी अपने ग्रुप में भी ऐसा होगा. अभी unfortunately we could not meet each other. लेकिन there may be few of them, they try to keep themselves aloof from the group. Correct? That is because their stress level is so high. They don't want to, अगर मैं जाऊँ तो कोई मुझे पूछेगा, तो अगर ये पूछेगा तो मैं ये जवाब दूंगी तो क्या होगा. तो उससे अच्छा बेहतर है कि मैं ग्रुप से अलग ही रहूं. और ये घर में भी होता है, फैमिली में भी होता है, बच्चों में भी होता है. तो बी वेरी वेरी केयरफुल अबाउट इट. करेक्ट. और ये सब है तो देर आर सम फ्रेंड्स, तो वी कॉल देम एज अ पिक मी अप फ्रेंड्स. दीज आर द फ्रेंड्स हु से कि अगर आपको स्ट्रेस है और आप पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन लेवल पे हो तो मेरे साथ आ जाओ, मैं आपको मजा. व्हाट आर दोस पिक मी अप फ्रेंड्स? दे आर लाइक टी, कॉफी, टोबैको, अल्कोहल. करेक्ट. सो दे से ओके यार, इफ यू हैव स्ट्रेस, you have a tea, it will be reduced. You have a cup of coffee, you have some tobacco, you have a cigarette, whatever it may be, So all those things, they are like pick me up friend. And then if at all you using them for reducing the stress, for handling your stress and trying to justify it, then you are at the post graduation level. If you are not at either of these levels, then you are at the highest level, that is doctorate level. Correct. So what is that? Doctorate is a chronic fatigue and chronic illness. That means they just don't feel like anything. आप उनको कुछ भी पूछो कि भाई क्या करो खाने को, तो कुछ भी करो. अरे कुछ भी को पूछा है ना तो यार बोलो ना, क्या करो क्या नहीं करो करके. उसने पूछा हाँ ठीक है तो फिर कल इडली बनाओ, बोला ठीक है बना दो. या इडली नहीं तो क्या ये करूँ कल दूसरा कुछ, हाँ ठीक बना दो. कुछ है ही नहीं उसमें, इंटरेस्ट ही नहीं. जो अगर दिया तो खा लूंगा, नहीं दिया तो नहीं दूंगा, या ऐसा है. So chronic sadness, this is one of the criteria. They just withdraw themselves from, any of the active life. Isolation and even withdrawal at the home. Correct. We had a case where the parents had come and then they said that we had only child and he has stopped communicating with us. And both of them, they were working. So they say that, that most of the times, he comes very late. If we ask them that why you are late, he gets annoyed. And at night, maybe at midnight, maybe at 12 o'clock and 1 o'clock, we don't want to raise our voice, correct? Because, it will be like tamasha to all the society. So we just keep mum. In the morning, we decide to talk to him and he never gets up at all, correct? बोलता है वो इतना होशियार है ना कि वो पूरा चद्दर ओढ़ के सोया हुआ रहता है और उसको मालूम है कि दोनों जाएंगे ना तो दरवाजा का आवाज आता है, तो दरवाजे का आवाज आने के बाद वो बराबर उठ जाता है, लेकिन तब तक उठता नहीं. सो देयर इज नो कम्युनिकेशन एट ऑल. करेक्ट. देयर इज नो संवाद. सो द ओनली थिंग दैट रिमेन्स इन दैट फैमिली इज वाद. सौ निकल जाता है तो द ओनली थिंग रिमेन्स इज वाद. more than indifferent, correct? But earlier हमने देखा कि भाई किसको अच्छा लगा तो we don't, ठीक है मार्क मिले तो क्या हो गया, लेकिन ये दूसरे जो है ना वो तो बोलते हैं कि भाई they are more than indifferent and they are happy about others' pain and that is because of jealousy. यानी कि मैंने कहा कि कुछ भी मेरा एक्सीडेंट हो गया तो बोले कि वो तो होना ही था, मुझे मालूम था, इतना बुरा किया है ना पूरी जिंदगी भर, ये तो होना ही था. So these kind of a things or these kind of a thoughts, if at all they are coming to you, as a normal human being, अगर किसका भी एक्सीडेंट होता है, you should feel bad about it, correct? अगर आपको लग रहा है कि भाई नहीं जो हो गया अच्छा हो गया क्योंकि इसके कर्म थे ना, तो अभी तो वो कर्म का थियरी भी है और कर्म का भोग तो इधर ही भोग के जाना पड़ता है और कदर आगे लेके नहीं जाने का है. तो ये सब आपने बातें कर दी है ना, तो आप डॉक्टरेट लेवल के नजदीक है. एंड द लास्ट थिंग इज दैट आइदर इट इज अ सुसाइडल टेंडेंसी और ऑफ लेट it is like a killing innocent people. Even you might have seen, not in our country, but in so many advanced countries you might have seen that some cranky fellow, he just goes to the school with a revolver and kills maybe say 20-30 kids who are absolutely innocent, who have nothing to do, who have never interacted with him. So all these things, they are like say the effects of the stress, correct? Now, what is the remedy for it ultimately? Now we said that we also have understood at what level we are. So remedy is, I have just tried to summarize using each and every alphabet that we have in this particular word stress. Correct? So every word will tell you something. So there are 6 alphabets. Correct? So what I request you is that try to work on one alphabet every day. Correct? And Sunday is off. Correct? Not off for your YNTC, but off for our stress exercise for improving ourselves. Correct? So every day we will start working on one alphabet. So the first alphabet S says that start living in watertight compartment. Start living in watertight compartment. Nowadays, there is another framework which is used. We say that living at the present moment. Living at the present moment. As I have told you earlier, the stress is never at the present moment. The stress is either for the past or for the future, either for the guilt which has happened in the past or for the anxiety of the future. Correct? So there is a beautiful say in one good book. There is a good book I would recommend you to read, like 7 Spiritual Laws of Success by Dr. Deepak Chopra. One beautiful sentence is there in that particular book. It says that past is history. Do you agree? Past is history. That cannot be changed. Future is mystery. Future is mystery. Nobody knows, what is going to happen. The moment, right? The moment that you are living now, correct, is a beautiful gift by the God, and that is why it is called as a present. Okay? So accept that particular every moment as a gift, as a present from the God, and if you start doing it, your stress level will definitely come down. The next alphabet that we have is T. So T is accepting the things as they are and not as you want them to be. You accept the thing as they are and not as you want them to be. And this is applicable for each and everything. It is not only applicable for others, but I would go a step forward and say that accept you yourself as you are. Don't try to find out any faults that you have. That is the first thing that you start doing it. You presume that you are the most beautiful person that God has ever created. You are the best person. You are the most intelligent person. God has been kind enough to give you everything. And Nimbalkar sir always used to say, whenever you feel that, God has not been kind enough, go to a places where more miserable people are there. Right? Like say, suppose if you feel that the God has been, very, very cruel with you. He has given you lots of bad things. I would suggest, you just go to Tata Memorial Hospital in the kids section. And when you see those, 4, 5, 6-year kids with cancer, with the bald hair, correct, you will forget about all the things that you have in your life. You will say, God has been really kind enough. He has given me much, much more. He has given me much more than what I deserve. He has been giving me much more than what I deserve. So T tells you, accept the things as they are, and including yourself. Next is R, is a responsibility, not just accepting the responsibility, but delegation of responsibility. And when I'm saying that, responsibility or say self-responsibility, first thing is that, whatever you have learned in our naturopathy lectures and all those things, correct? We had one friend, I think, who has experimented of 5 days of fast, if I mistake not, correct? You and I can't be so stubborn-minded, we can't do it, even for 5 hours also may be difficult, correct? But at least let us start implementing something, correct? Let us accept the responsibility that whatever we have learned, I am responsible for implementing in my life, correct? Not somebody else. No, don't give me an example, don't give me an excuse कि मुझे एक्चुअली है ना ये सब बाहर का फ्राइड चीजें ये वो मुझे बहुत एकदम खराब लगता है, लेकिन क्या करूं, मेरे घर के सब लोग हैं ना, अभी उनको वही अच्छा लगता है, अभी मैं अकेले के लिए कहाँ बताऊं, तो कोई वो भी पिज्जा लाते हैं, मैं भी खा लेती हूँ. This is not correct, this is like running away from your own responsibility, correct? I am not saying you change the world, I am saying you first change yourself, then the world will change automatically. Next alphabet is E, which is empathy, not just sympathy. We have two beautiful words, Daya and Karuna. Daya and Karuna, correct? So you should not just feel sympathetic about it, but you should feel empathetic. That means we say that you put yourself into his shoes. अगर आप रास्ते पे देख रहे हो कि भाई कोई आदमी जा रहा है, उसके पाँव में चप्पल भी नहीं है, और आप सोच रहे हो कि भाई इतना गर्म कैसा जाता होगा. हाँ, मुझे भी याद है, मैं एक बार खाली दर्शन के लिए गई थी और मुझे केवल 10 या 15 फीट चलना था, तो कितना प्रॉब्लम मुझे हो गया, बराबर है. So this is like an empathetic situation, so that will help you in your life to be a better person. Next is S, start living without expectations. Start living without expectations, and rather I would say that start living expecting ingratitude. आपने अगर किसका भला किया है ना, करेक्ट, क्या इंक्लूडिंग, आपको शायद अच्छा नहीं लगेगा, लेकिन इवन एज अ मदर, if you have some expectations from your kid, the kid is not likely to be unhappy in his life. You are going to be unhappy. Yeah. So you have done something good for your satisfaction. You have done something good for your satisfaction. Correct. Don't expect anything, because if you expect, you are likely to be unhappy. Correct. Yeah. So in fact, you expect ingratitude. Now, when you expect ingratitude and he shows some gratitude, he sends some cake on your birthday, you feel so good about it. Correct. And if you are just crying and weeping that he is not paying attention to it, you are going into that particular well only of stress and of frustration. Last S is for spirituality, right? Because there is a saying that men and women without success, with stress, and without spirituality are never happy. Men and women without success, with stress, and without spirituality are never happy, because spirituality is an essential ingredient in your mind. Your mind is filled up with spirituality. When you are born, the God was kind enough to fill your mind with the spirituality. Now, if at all you have dragged out, correct, then what you are doing is that you are creating vacuum in your mind. You are creating vacuum in your mind, and nature hates vacuum. Nature don't like vacuum. Correct. So what the nature does? If at all you are creating a vacuum by dislodging spirituality, the nature tries to fill it up with maybe anger, with hatred, with jealousy, and with all those things, correct, which are going to create problems for yourself. Yeah? So have some kind of a spirituality in your mind. So these are the 6 alphabets, and I said have just revise one by one. Keep at least a smile on your face. Correct. I mean, whenever you take a photograph, correct, the photographer, what does he say? Does he say smile? Does he say smile? And then he clicks, right? Yeah. अगर एक मूवमेंट की मुस्कुराहट से आपकी तस्वीर अच्छी आती है, तो जिंदगी भर अगर समझो आपने मुस्कुराहट पहन ली, तो जिंदगी कितनी अच्छी हो जाएगी. करेक्ट. So with that laughter, a smile on your face, you can definitely make your life really very beautiful and learn happily, learn how to live happily with the inevitable stress which you have in your life. Now, for what is it that is needed? What is needed is a change in your own perspective. And where from this change should come? Please don't depend on somebody else to deliver lecture and then he will bring out a change in your life. The change has to come from within, right? Because whatever change from within is permanent. Whatever change from within is beautiful, right? Even you know that an egg, when it is broken from inside, a beautiful life comes into existence. The same egg which is broken from outside, you are depriving one life from coming into this in this world, correct? A lock, when it is opened with the key from inside, it's a very swift opening. When you try to open with a hammer, which is from outside, it is a destruction of the hall. It is a lock. It's very painful. So that change should come from within. और लास्ट जस्ट मैं आपको एक कहना चाहता हूँ, ये सब मैंने अभी 1.5 घंटा आपके साथ बातचीत की, बराबर, लेकिन जो लाइफ है ये किसकी है? लाइफ तो आपकी है ना। लाइफ तो आपकी है, तो किसको बदलाव लाना चाहिए? आपको लाना चाहिए, बराबर है। तो एक अच्छी मराठी पोएम है, वो मैं कहता हूँ और उसका हिंदी में ट्रांसलेशन भी करता हूँ, करेक्ट? तो classic Marathi poem which is by great poet Mangesh Padgaonkar. It says, सांगा कसं जगायचं, सांगा कसं जगायचं तुम्हीच ठरवा. Why तुम्हीच ठरवा? क्योंकि आपका लाइफ है ना, आप ही तय कीजिए कैसा जीना है आपको. मैं नहीं तय करने वाला हूँ, आप ही तय कीजिए कैसा जीना है आपको, बराबर? हंसते मुस्कुराते या रोते रोते, हसत हसत की रडत रडत, तुम्हीच ठरवा. आप ही तय कीजिए कैसा जीना है आपको. प्याला अर्धा भरला आहे असं सुद्धा म्हणता येतं, प्याला अर्धा सरला आहे असं सुद्धा रडता येतं, प्याला आधा भरा है ऐसे भी आप कह सकते हो, प्याला आधा खाली है ऐसे भी आप रो सकते हो. भरा कहते हंसना या खाली कहते रोना, आप ही तय कीजिए कैसा जीना है आपको. सुंदर फूल खिलते हैं ये सच है, सुंदर फूल खिलते हैं ये सच है, तो कांटे चुभते ये क्या झूठ है? सुंदर फूल खिलते हैं ये सच है, तो कांटे चुभते ये क्या झूठ है? तो फूलों जैसा फूलना या कांटों जैसा चुभना, आप ही तय कीजिए कैसा जीना है आपको. So thank you very much. I hope that will bring some change in your life and you will adopt some changes which will make your life very happy. Yeah. So thank you so much. I think I have just finished as per my time. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Yes, sir. You have finished in time your lecture, and it was a very nice lecture by giving real life experiences on the stress. Sir, you started with the word stress, whether it is good stress or bad stress, and you have done the listing of attitudes that leads to distress. You started with having too high aim is more than the crime, and you ended with सबसे बड़ा रोग क्या कहेंगे लोग. So now we need to continue our list further as you have given us the task, and as you have said, we need to work on it by ourselves. Because it is said that if you are looking for the helping hand, there is one arm at the end of your hand itself. So we need to work on ourselves. And you have also given some examples for quantifying the test. So we definitely want to live at the bottom of that test so that we get the ready-made breakfast for Upma in our hands. Yeah. And when you recited the example of that boy meeting in the train and asking the time, I remembered one Marathi game, as we play it as a game, that Malarcha Matara Shekotila Ala, Matarechi Baiko Shekotila Ali. Yes, but that is our tendency to think ahead and ahead and ahead and keep worrying, and we climb the mountain of worries by ourselves. But finally, sir, the end was very good because you turned the word stress again, that the answer lies in the word itself by giving each an example starting from the alphabet. So it was a very nice lecture, sir, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So now we have a break for fruit breakfast. Of course, your own fruits in your own house. but do take a fruit breakfast by remembering all the golden rules of having fruits. And we will come back at 10 o'clock for another lecture. Don't leave the...
Thank you very much, but thanks a lot.
Sir, we did not even know how the time passed. It was so lovely. We enjoyed the lecture.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you
sir.
very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much,
sir.
sir. Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
सर
you.
आप शिक्षक लेना छोड़ देंगे सर, स्टेज लेना छोड़ देंगे सर. थैंक यू.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshi sir.
Sir,
Thank
I would just say as usual.
Thank you so much.
Yes, yes. Brilliant, actually. Yes.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Hello,
Namaskar, sir.
namaskar, namaskar.
Yeah.
So nice to see you.
Yeah, even I will be very happy now.
Mhm.
I will say the few words which is always not I am yeah. Now, those introductory words are, I mean, I'm not even able to glimpse everything, but still I will give the glimpses of it. Very soon.
I think still some 15 minutes are
Yes,
there,
yes,
no?
15 minutes are there, but that's just, I wanted to see, just check my bike.
I see, I see.
10 minutes are there, sir.
Yes, yes, 10 minutes are there.
नमस्कार सर.
Namaskar.
नमस्कार, नमस्कार.
स्वागत आहे आपलं सर.
स्वागत, नमस्कार.
Namaskar. स्वागत आहे. Yes.
खूप दिवसांनी तुम्ही दिसलात.
धन्यवाद.
Yeah.
नमस्कार, सर. How is everything? Fine?
फाईन फाईन सर.
अजून काय तुमचे क्लासेस सुरू झाले नसतील ना, का झाले?
ऑनलाईन चालू आहे सगळं आपलं.
ऑनलाईन चालू आहे, ते बरोबर आहे. पण योग विद्या निकेतन मध्ये जे विद्यार्थी यायचे,
हा ते बंद आहे. योग भवन
ते
मध्ये
अजून
फिजिकल
बंदच
बंद
आहे
आहे
ना?
सगळं. हो
हा,
अजून
अजून
तरी
बंद.
बंद आहे.
हम्म.
हो. मध्यंतरी असं साधारण जानेवारी पासून आपण चालू करू असा विचार होता डिसेंबर मध्ये, पण नंतर परत ते ओमायक्रॉन चालू झालं.
नाही, त्याच्यात काय अर्थच नाही.
हो ना, हो ना.
Savan sir, even am I audible for even these also without mic also?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
मैडम रिकॉर्डिंग बंद नहीं है, रिकॉर्डिंग चालू है, रिकॉर्डिंग बंद करवाइए.
Hello, madam. Generally, how it goes, lecture and questions answers. Is it like that?
Sorry, sir. Yes,
sir.
yes, sir.
It will go with lecture as question answers. And approximately how much time for lecture? How much time approximately at least?
साधारण 75 मिनिटं लेक्चर करता आहेत सर.
आणि क्वेश्चन आन्सर
एकूण 90 मिनिटाचं आहे सगळं. आता सुरुवातीला 5 मिनिट इंट्रोडक्शन मध्ये जातील. त्यानंतर एक 10 मिनिटं राहतात आपल्याला क्वेश्चन आन्सर सेशनला. मग अजून राहिले तर आम्ही त्यांच्याकडनं अर्थात डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन नसतील ते थ्रू चॅट बॉक्स मधून असतील आणि मग त्यांचे शिल्लक राहिले तर आपण तुम्हाला वेगळं पाठवू आणि तुमच्याकडून आन्सर घेऊ.
चालेल. म्हणजे
त्याच्यानंतर ते एक्सटेंड नाही करायचं आपल्याला.
अच्छा.
हो. नेक्स्ट लेक्चर 11:30 म्हणजे 11:30 हे होईल असं आहे. लगेच दुसरं लेक्चर असल्यामुळे
Shall we start, sir?
Yeah, I am ready.
Yes, madam.
Yes.
Okay. So friends, welcome back after the fruit breakfast. As you all know, yoga is a philosophy, and yoga therapy is offshoot of yoga. But this offshoot is gaining more importance, particularly after the pandemic. So to deliver a talk on the topic integrated yoga therapy as per Yoga Vasishtha, we have eminent speaker and a distinguished personality, Dr. Shriram Agashi. I request Swati Choksi madam to give brief introduction of Dr. Agashi to all of us.
Thank you, Sushma ma'am. Good morning, all of you. A warm welcome to all to the 22nd YNTC 2 days webinar. I feel extremely honored and overjoyed to introduce renowned scholar, orator, philosopher, and teacher, ever enthusiastic and always smiling personality, Dr. Shriram Hari Agashi. He has contributed in yoga and philosophy by various activities, and we will see some glimpses of it. It is so many activities that we cannot accommodate in very brief introduction, but still I will try to give you some account. He has remained the dedicated worker of Vivekananda Kendra, Kanyakumari for 20 years. He has worked as an education officer, Vivekananda Kendra, Shiksha Prasar Vibhag, and he has organized Kendra's activities in various places like Ajmer, Kashmir, Hyderabad. He has remained as a joint secretary, Vivekananda Kendra, Yoga Anusandhan Samstha, Bangalore. He has conducted yoga and yoga therapy workshops throughout India. He visited even abroad to UK, USA, Japan, Singapore, and Portugal, and in many of his talks, he makes its account also. He has presented several research papers at national and international conferences. Sir was a professor of chemistry at KJ Semaya College of Engineering. He has also honorary director of KJ Somaya Yoga Academy, that's placed at Vidya Vihar. He is a visiting professor at KJ Somaya Bharatiya Sanskriti Peetham and also Gantali Vitramandal located at Thane. He has successfully guided all 5 PhD students of yoga. Sir has been teaching Patanjali Yoga Sutra to to graduate and postgraduate students for more than the 2 decades. And being inspired, many of his lectures, the students insisted him to write the book. So he has written a book titled Patanjali Yoga Darshan in Marathi, published by Vivekanand Kendra in 2018 by Marathi Prakashan Vibhag, Pune. Encouraged by more and more students having the other languages, he has presented Yoga Darshan in English, that is found to be most simplified explanation of Patanjali Yoga Sutra. He gives his several articles and views in magazines like Viveka Vichar, Yoga Tarang, Viveka, Yoga Sudha. He regularly conducts the study circle on philosophical topics with a great dedication and interest. He is a recipient of Yoga Mitra Award by Nimbalkar Guruji from Yoga Vidya Niketan too. On behalf of all the faculties and all of us of Yoga Vidya Niketan, I welcome you, sir, with the great honor. Namaskar, pranam, sir. And now he is going to show us the integration of therapy as a yoga, as per Yoga Vasishtha. Thank you, sir. A warm welcome.
Thank you.
Over to Agashi, sir.
So, my thanks to the organizers, Mr. Durgadas Sawant and the whole team of Yoga Vidya Niketan for inviting me to this 2 days webinar. And at the outset, I want to pay my homage to Padma Shri Sadashiv Nimbalkar and many of the fond memories which I have with him. In so many ways we were connected, and almost every year, once or twice, I used to visit Yoga Vidya Niketan, and Mr. and Mrs. Nimbalkar were very close to us. Actually, they were staying in Worli, and since that time when I was in Vivekananda Kendra, we were very close and we used to talk. And of course, he was very senior to me in Kaivalya Dham. Both of us started our education in yoga at Kaivalya Dham, Lonavala, and he was of course very, very senior. And I was also there, so we were connected in so many ways. And that is why when my book on Patanjali Yoga Sutra in English, Patanjali Yoga Darshan in English, was published, I was thinking of a person in the yoga field to whom I would offer the first copy. And the most obvious name which came to my mind was Nimbalkar Guruji. And therefore, I think last year only on 27th February, exactly almost 1 year before, we had gone to Yoga Vidya Niketan to offer the first copy of Patanjali Yoga Sutra in English to Nimbalkar Guruji, and he blessed me. And after that, of course, I have not been able to see him. So my pranams to the memories of Nimbalkar Guruji. And now, of course, we come to the main topic, integrated approach of yoga therapy according to Yoga Vasishtha. And Yoga Vasishtha itself is, as many of you must be acquainted, very ancient yoga text, which is very vast actually. 32,000 stanzas are there in Yoga Vasishtha, 64,000 lines. And a variety of topics have been covered in Yoga Vasishtha. And it's a dialogue basically between Prabhu Ramchandra and his guru Vasishtha Rishi. And you know that Prabhu Ramchandra, when he was a prince, he was not interested in the worldly pleasures, and how generally the life is enjoyed by the prince, and he was not interested in that, and therefore Dasharatha was worried that he has to hand over the charge to Rama once, and then he has to really look after the whole kingdom, and how this boy, who was only some 10-15 years old at that time, seems to be withdrawn from the world, seems to be with himself and not really interacting much, not interested in the plays and the pleasures which the boys of 10 or 15 years old should be interested. So he called Vasishtha Rishi to his kingdom and said that, look, what is wrong with this boy? He has to become king one day and he has to look after the kingdom. So please see what is wrong with him. And so he took him to his ashram. And the dialogue on variety of topics which has taken place between Rama, Prabhu Ramchandra and Vasishtha has now come out as Yoga Vasishtha, a very huge grantha in which everything under the sun has been discussed. So many things have been discussed. And the main theme of Yoga Vasishtha, if you ask me to put it, is this, that the world which we see or which we experience around is the creation of our own mind. Very important thing, very important concept which Yoga Vasishtha has given is, each individual creates his own world. And therefore, how the world is, whether the world is good for you, bad for you, whether the world is full of tension, stresses, or the world is full of happiness, peace, without any miseries, it all depends upon you, your mind, because it is the mind which creates the world. You know, this is not only idea in Yoga Vasishtha, but it is general idea in Indian philosophy. Even in Dhammapada, which is the Buddhist text, the most important text in Buddhism is Dhammapada. And a few verses of the Dhammapada, they say precisely the same thing, that you create your mental world. You know, the Lord Buddha says that mind precedes the entire phenomena. Mind matters most. Everything is mind made. If with impure mind you perform an act of speech or body, misery follows you as the cart wheel that follows the foot of draught animal. How wonderfully said. If you perform an act of speech or body with impure mind, misery follows you as the cart wheel that follows the foot of draught animal. Just as the cart wheel goes exactly behind, precisely behind the animal which draws the cart, misery will follow without fail. If you perform any act of speech or body, wrong speech, wrong action with the body will invariably create misery in the life. And then the next line is very similar. Mind precedes all phenomena. Mind matters most. Everything is mind made. If with pure mind you perform an act of speech or body, happiness follows you like a shadow that never departs. So whether you act with pure mind or act with impure mind will decide your lifestyle, which decide the experiences of life. So if you are with pure mind, you will be always happy, you will be always relaxed, you will be always free from all diseases. So the sutra, the main key which is given here is whether the diseases come to you or you are free from diseases, whether you are healthy or not healthy, physically, mentally, intellectually, and so on and so forth, solely depends upon you and your mind. Everything is decided by mind. And another thing, so this is now, if that be so, then people will say that, oh, if individual creates his own world, I am creating my world, you are creating your world, everybody is creating his own world. In that case, how do we have the common things in the world? Who creates the common things in the world? If I am creating my world, then how is it that we are all seeing the mountains and the trees and the oceans and all the greenery which is around and many things, the sky, the sun, the moon, so many things we see the same way? How, if I am individual and you are another individual, why we create the same thing? So the answer which is given in Yoga Vasishtha is that there is cosmic mind as well. There is a cosmic mind, and a part of the cosmic mind is our individual mind. So our individual mind has two parts. One, our own individual mind, in which our individual consciousness decides the mental activities. And also the cosmic mind, where all the common ideas, they are there in the cosmic mind. So what is there in the cosmos, the sun, the moon, the stars and the galaxies and everything which we all see together as the same thing, they are from the cosmic mind. They are the ideas in the cosmic mind, which are also reflected in the individual mind. But our sorrows, our individual experiences, our lifestyle, it all depends upon our individual mind. So that is the thing, that is the main theme of Yoga Vasishtha. That is the main thing of Yoga Vasishtha. And another very important thing which Yoga Vasishtha has told is that prana and mind, they are the two sides of the same coin. Prana, the life energy, the life force. The precise word which is very often used in Yoga Vasishtha is prana spanda. Vibration of prana is known as prana spanda. And the activities of mind, the word which is used in Yoga Vasishtha is chitta spanda. Chitta spanda signifies the activities of the mind, mental activities, thinking, feeling, discriminating, remembering. These are the different activities of mind. They are chitta spanda, vibrations of the mind. And all the actions which we perform are due to prana spanda. So another important theme which is there in Yoga Vasishtha is this prana spanda and chitta spanda. They are the two sides of the same coin. Prana spanda leads to chitta spanda. Chitta spanda also leads to prana spanda. The vibrations of prana, the activities of prana make the mind or activate the mind, energize the mind to think, to feel, to know, to remember, all the activities of the mind. And on the contrary, the activities of the mind, they stimulate the prana spanda. So they are very closely connected, closely linked. And therefore, if you want to control the mind, if prana spanda is controlled, the chitta spanda is controlled. If pranic activities are controlled, therefore pranayam becomes a very important, you can say, sadhana in Yoga Vasishtha as well, to control the mind, to focus the mind, to silence the mind. And that is what yoga according to Yoga Vasishtha, Mana Prashamana Upayaha Yoga iti abhidhiyate. That is the definition of yoga in Yoga Vasishtha. Mana Prashamana Upayaha. Complete prashamana, not only shamana. Prashamana, total silence of the mind. Mana prashamana upaya, the method, the technique by which you can completely silence the mind is called as yoga. And one of the ways by means of which, the very powerful way by means of which you can silence the mind is to control of pranaspanda or control of the pranic activities. So that is generally the theme which is there in Yoga Vasishtha. Now coming to today's topic, actually, as I told you that when Rama had gone to Vasishtha Ashrama, and there were variety of topics, mainly the philosophical topics, which were discussed between them. One of the questions which was asked by Rama to Vasishtha Muni is that why do people suffer? Why do we suffer from disease? Why disease originates? And what are the types of diseases? And what is the remedy for them? What is the cause of disease? What is the remedy for those diseases? That was the question which was asked by Rama to Vasishtha. And the answer which is given by Vasishtha to Rama forms the basis of integrated approach of yoga therapy, which we are going to discuss today. And there, answering this question of Rama, the first thing which Vasishtha Muni tells is that there are two types of diseases in the world. What are those two types of diseases? He calls them Adhija Vyadhi and Anadhija Vyadhi. Two types of Vyadhis are there in this world. Adhija, Anadhija. Adhija Vyadhi, all those Vyadhis which are related to mind, all those diseases which originate from the mind, all those diseases whose seed is in mind. Anadhija Vyadhi are the Vyadhis which are purely physical. They are called Anadhija Vyadhi. So Anadhija Vyadhis are not related to mind. And then he also tells that 90% of the diseases, they are Adhija Vyadhis. Only 10% of the diseases, like the infectious diseases, contagious diseases, then diseases due to accident, they are called Anadhija Vyadhi. They are purely physical. You have jobs, corona and other things, and you get exposed to it, you get affected by it. The germs or bacteria enter into the body and you suffer, or due to infection. In short, we can say that all those diseases whose cause can be found outside, all those diseases whose cause is outside, they are known as Anadhija Vyadhis. So you can find a definite cause in the form of a germ, in the form of a bacteria, in the form of air pollution, or maybe accident, and so on and so forth. And therefore, if those causes are removed, those diseases can be eliminated. If you kill those germs or bacteria, you can be free from those diseases. Or if you take care of the pollution, then maybe the diseases which are created due to pollution will go, and so on and so forth. But then the remedy which is given in Yoga Vasishtha, as far as Anadhija Vyadhis are concerned, the Vyadhis whose cause is outside, the Vyadhis which are purely physical in nature, the Vyadhis that are not related to the mind, which are only 10%. There are three types of remedies which are suggested in Yoga Vasishtha for Anadhija Vyadhi. and they are called as Mani, Mantra, Aushadhi. So at that time, even for Anadhija Vyadhi, purely physical Vyadhis, 3 types of remedies were prevalent. Mani, they used to use some sort of crystals or something, gems, crystals, and they used to cure the diseases. So we do not know that gem therapy or crystal therapy now. Maybe it is under practice even now, but we do not know much about that. Mantras. Even today also, there are people who really use mantras for curing diseases. I have heard about people who are bitten by snake. So for reducing the snake poison, they say that there are mantras which are chanted to eliminate the poisonous effect of the snake. So mantras were chanted for curing the diseases. So Mani mantra, actually I do not know much about those kinds of. I only know that they were in vogue, and even today also there are people who use money as well as mantra for curing diseases. And third, of course, is Aushadhi. So the best way is to go to the doctor and take the medicine. And of course, that time Aushadhi means Ayurvedic Aushadhi. The Aushadhis, the medicines which are there in Ayurveda, the Vanaspati and the various kinds of rasas and other things, pathya, all those mainly Ayurvedic medicines. So that was those 3 types of remedies have been told for Anadhija Vyadhi, which are only 10% and but which are very important. Yes, if we are suffering from corona, yoga sisters already say that don't do anything, just pray God and you will be automatically. No. They were very practical people. That first of all, you have that preventive effect. Even in these, though yoga is not really a therapy for curing anadhija vyadhis, that is the vyadhis which are not related to the mind. It certainly has the preventive effect. And in therapy, you know that prevention is better than cure. So yoga is not directly therapy for anadhija vyadhis. That if you are suffering from corona, you can't say that don't take any medicine or anything, but I will give you some asanas, I will give you some pranayama and some meditation, and you will be automatically cured. No, not like that. But then if you are doing all that yogic practice, you are less likely to suffer from the diseases because your immune quotient will be more. Your immunity will improve. That is why all the people, though the pandemic is going on, all the people do not suffer the same way. The people who have greater immunity may not suffer from the diseases which are prevalent. And there also the mind and mental strength helps quite a lot. So here we can say that yoga helps you prevent those diseases because the immunity is better if you are a practitioner of yoga. And by the way, I'll tell you, even for corona, there are certain things in yoga which are very helpful. Dinanath Mangeshkar Hospital in Pune, the doctors there, they have used Jalaneti, Sutraneti to prevent corona. That is what some 1 year before I saw that video, and they said that if you are doing Jalaneti, Sutraneti, followed of course by Kapalbhati to dry the passage, you are very, very less likely to get even corona infection and all that. So such researches are also going on. So that is about the anadhija vyadhi. Now let us come to adhija vyadhi. The 90% of the diseases, as I told you, they are called as adhija vyadhi. The vyadhis, the diseases which are related to the mind. And Yoga Vasishtha says that adhija vyadhis are of 2 types again. Sara and Samanya. Sara means essential type of diseases. Yoga Vasishtha says that whosoever is born suffers from Sara Vyadhi. In fact, birth itself is a kind of Vyadhi, that we are born again. And the cycle of birth and death itself is a disease. It is a disease at the spiritual level. If the Anadhija Vyadhi are purely at the physical level, the Sara Vyadhis, they are at the spiritual level, the cycle of birth and death. Punarapi Maranam, Punarapi Jananam, Punarapi Janani, Jathare Shayanam. So that type of Vyadhi is a spiritual Vyadhi. Or the ego, which all of us have. What's wrong with that ego? Ego immediately divides us from the universal consciousness. If we find ourselves isolated from the universal consciousness, as we all know as yoga student, actually the Atman which is there inside, or our essential nature, is Atman, which is universal consciousness. We are one with the whole world, with the whole consciousness. Somehow, with the body-mind complex, with the limitations of Panchakoshas, the consciousness seems to be individualized. And the main cause of individualization is ego, asmita. I am. This idea that I exist, I am, the I, that is the main thing. And the moment this idea of I is there, that I divides myself from the world. So when I exist, something other which is not me is also existing. And the misery starts at this particular point only. You know, that when I am there and something else than me is there, that fear is there, that which is not me is not congenial for myself. I am not comfortable with another. I am afraid of the word. I am having trouble with the word. That is because of the me and mine. That sort of thing starts, which is also a disease. This is Sara type of Vyadhi. The ego, the cycle of birth and death, the individual consciousness. This is Sara Vyadhi. Okay. And Yoga Vasishtha says obvious remedy for this is Atma Jnana. You know the reality, you know what actually you are. So Atma Jnana, knowledge of the self, intense yoga sadhana is the only remedy for overcoming the Sara Vyadhi. And now the other type of Anadhija Vyadhi, Adhija Vyadhi is Samanya, the psychosomatic. And that is the main topic actually for today's talk. It is psychosomatic disorders. Samanya. Psyche means the mind, soma is the body. So all those diseases which originate at the psychic level, at the mental level, and express themselves at the physical level, they are known as psychosomatic diseases. And even modern medicine says that 90% of the diseases today, they are psychosomatic in nature. You don't find the cause outside, the cause is inside us only. The cause is in the mental stress, in the worries, in the anxieties, in the conditionings of the mind. So diseases like the most dreadful disease today, the maximum number of people die today because of the heart attack and cardiovascular ailments. You know, high blood pressure, heart attacks, and all those things which are generally known as cardiovascular ailments. There are no germs outside which create heart attacks or which create high blood pressure and so on and so forth. You know, There are no germs outside which cause asthma or diabetes. These are the most prevalent diseases. Diabetes, asthma, joint pains, insomnia. And nowadays, they also say that diseases, as Yoga Sister has categorized, some of the people say there are two types of diseases: diseases of the poor and the diseases of the rich. The diseases of the undeveloped type of people and the diseases of the modern type of people. So all these psychosomatic diseases, they are peculiar to those people whose lifestyle is a very fast lifestyle, sedentary lifestyle as it is called. And what is sedentary lifestyle? The mind is very fast, the body is very slow. That is what is known as sedentary lifestyle. So physically you are not working much. You are comfortable at your house and you go to your office also in your car, AC car, and you sit inside the office in AC cabin, and you come back again in AC car and sit in front of TV. So at the physical level, you don't have much work at all. But at the mental level, tremendous work. Every moment full of tension, stresses, your computer, whatever it is telling, your senses going up and down, and your blood pressure is directly proportional to that sensex. If that goes up, your blood pressure going up, going down. So the mind has become very fast. You are thinking very fast. And that is one of the reasons why the people who are having fast life, hectic speed of life, the first disease, the most dreadful disease from which they suffer is insomnia, sleeplessness, sleep deprivation. Why? Because if you want to enter into sleep, you have to come out of the loop of thinking. That is why we also, the most common people, sometimes we are not able to sleep. When we are not able to sleep, if the thought process is going on, if we are having some problem and we are continuously thinking about it, and you will understand this is the sign of anxiety. The first sign of anxiety is very fast moving cycle of thoughts is a sign of anxiety, very fast, one after another. And the negative thoughts, all this will happen, that will happen, this tension, that tension. And we are not able to stop the loop of thinking. And the people who are having a lot of responsibilities, who are thinking about the profit, who are thinking about if you are the boss in the office and there is a strike in the office, and if they go on strike, if the work stops, how much you are going to lose and all. So you are thinking, you can't sleep. Actually, you know that you're lying on the bed, you are not going to solve the problem in the office. Having come back to the house, you are not going to solve the problem. You know it, but you can't stop the fast moving thoughts. And therefore, you are not able to enter into sleep. That is precisely what happens in sedentary lifestyle. So all these psychosomatic diseases are very peculiar to the modern generation, most of the people. That is why, even the obesity, previously, diabetes was only juvenile type of diabetes and the adult onset diabetes. That diabetes generally, they used to say that 60-70% of the diabetes starts after 60 years of age. And juvenile type of diabetes, only if there is something wrong basically with the person, only 20% of the people will be juvenile type of diabetes. At a very young age, they will suffer. More than 70-80% will be adult onset only. But now, very young, even the children are becoming obese. Even the third type of diabetes is with the children. Now, why? Because of the lifestyle. What is that lifestyle? What the children are doing today? They are not. Previously, the children used to go to the ground and play. So, a lot of physical activities are there in the play. Today, maybe because of Corona, maybe because of so many things, but computer games. So, they are sitting playing games or watching the TV, eating legs. So, the weight is increasing. No physical activity. Mind is very fast. Because the computer games, the mind is very fast, very sharp mind. So this disparity between body and mind, that is what is creating diseases. So all these diseases, whether it is blood pressure, whether it is the diabetes, whether it is asthma, whether it is anxiety neurosis, whether it is the insomnia, whether it is joint pains, and goes on and on, irritable bowel syndrome, all those diseases, they are psychosomatic diseases, where yoga therapy will be extremely useful. And that is why all over the world today, actually, yoga therapy is being used for curing or at least uh, treatment of these diseases, for the relief. And you will find that many of the people, many of the institutions, yogic institutions, Kaivalyadham Lonavala, for instance, or S. Vyasa, you will be very happy to know, or many of you may be already knowing, that the British Medical Journal and even the American Journal of Asthma, it says that the best research work on asthma and cure of asthma is done by S. Vyasa of Bangalore. Because I was associated with S. Vyasa for so many years, I know the research work very closely, and that is regarded internationally as the best research work which is done on asthma. And even for diabetes also, Dr. Zamara, who used to give transcendental meditation for reducing sugar level, he has performed only transcendental meditation, because the disease, you have to really treat the mind, fastness of the mind. And he saw that sugar level invariably comes down if you are able to do transcendental meditation. So he found that it is a cure, or it is a preventive thing for diabetes. So a lot of research work is going on all over the world as far as the psychosomatic diseases are concerned, the most prevalent diseases are concerned, and yoga has to go a very long way to cure those diseases. Now, when we are talking about diseases, we have to first see what do we mean by disease and what do we mean by health. And today, the World Health Organization says that disease does not mean, health doesn't mean absence of disease. You are not called healthy if you are not suffering from any diseases. Health is not mere absence of disease or infirmity. Health is a state of well-being at physical, mental, social, and then World Health Organization in 1983 definition, they write in the bracket spiritual health. So health is a state of well-being at physical, mental, social, and spiritual levels of being. So though they do not know what do we mean by spiritual health, they do recognize the spiritual dimension of health as well. So at all these levels, if you are healthy, then only you can be called as healthy. Not otherwise. You are not having any fear, you don't have headache, you don't have corona, you don't have anything at the physical level, but mentally you are not at all steady. You can't go with others. You always have some quarrels in the house. A little bit of thing and the anger shoots out. You are not called healthy. You are not mentally healthy. You are not socially healthy if you don't go along with your colleagues. If you have lots, you are a genius. Given a work, you do the work, so you excel in your own work individually, but you can't work in the team. You can't go with others. You are not healthy. Social dimension of the health is gone. So when you are talking about health, you have to talk about health at all these levels, and that is precisely what Yoga Vasishtha says about health and disease. So Yoga Vasishtha also says that the diseases, they come because of the problems which occur at various levels of our being. Yoga Vasishtha says that diseases generally, they arise at particularly we are talking about psychosomatic diseases now. They arise mainly at manomaya kosha level. We all, as yoga student, we know that yoga says that this is from Taittiriya Upanishad, that our personality is fivefold. All of us, I hope we already know that. We have the physical level of personality, the Annamaya kosha. Surrounded by it and subtler than that is our energy body, which is known as Pranamaya kosha. Even subtler than that and more expansive is the Manomaya kosha, our mental sheath, where we experience the tension, stresses, emotions. This is our mental sheath, the Manomaya kosha. All of us have that discriminating power, what is right, what is wrong, what is papa, what is punya. That is our intellectual sheath, the Vijnanamaya kosha. And then we also have the spiritual sheath, the Anandamaya kosha. So now, if all these panchakoshas, if there is harmony between these five koshas, we are healthy. That is the definition of health according to yoga. If at all these five koshas level there is perfect harmony, then we are healthy. If there is disharmony, then there is disease. That is why Sri Aurobindo, he defines yoga as integration of personality at physical, vital, mental, intellectual, and spiritual levels. That is the definition of yoga according to Sri Aurobindo. Yoga is integration of personality at physical, vital, mental, intellectual, and spiritual levels. And then Sri Aurobindo says that if there is disharmony, then the disease comes. Disease is an expression of inner disorder. What Sri Aurobindo says and what Yoga Vasishtha says and what our text they say is that disease is external manifestation of an inner disorder. Now, what do we mean by this inner disorder? What do we mean by this inner disharmony? What we mean by harmony? We all know about music. What is the difference between noise and music? When do we, if somebody is playing harmonium, when do we say that it is music, and when do we say it is noise? If the man, if he knows how to play harmonium, he plays the notes in a particular order, and then we enjoy. Oh, we say, oh, such a beautiful, it's music, it's music. But if he plays it haphazardly, then we say, oh, what a noise, stop it, please, don't, you don't know how to play harmonium, it is all noise. This is precisely what is meant by harmony and disharmony. If all the pancha koshas, if our mind, our body, our intellect, if they work in unison, the life will be music. We will have perfect health. If there is disharmony, if the body is saying something, or the actions, the physical actions, the emotions which are there in the mind, and the thoughts which are there at the buddhi level, if they are opposing each other, then there is lot of disharmony. And we do find this disharmony in our own self. If you carefully watch our own behavior, are we having harmony between body, mind, and intellect, or we are having disharmony? Just think about it. Just think about it. In small things also we find that we are not a whole integrated personality at all. Body is demanding something, mind is saying something else, and the intellect is telling something else. If we go to the party, for instance, and there are a lot of sweets and so many things, the mind tells that now enjoy, just take the dishes, sweet dishes. The intellect says, no, you are having diabetes, your age is also such that you can't take more sugar, you can't, it's not good to have spicy food, it is against the yogic practices, don't take it. The mind says, no, it is only for 3-4 days. Once a while you can definitely enjoy it. And so there is a struggle. Whether you take the sweet or don't take the sweet, the struggle arises inside the body. Each one of us, we know that if we are performing asana every day morning, it is for our own self. We are not obliging somebody else if we are doing yogic practices every day. We are very much convinced at Vijnanamaya Kosha level, at the intellectual level, we are all convinced that it is for my own sake that I have to perform yoga every day. And therefore, I have to get up early in the morning and do the work. But then, whenever we want to get up in the morning, the first resistance comes from the mind. And especially nowadays, which are the most beautiful days for sleeping early in the morning, the winter season and all that. So it's very difficult to remove the blanket and come out and then do the asanas and other things. So the mind says, no, let me postpone it. I can do the same thing in the evening. Patanjali has not told that you have to perform asanas only in the morning. You can do it in the evening as well. But then if you say, no, nothing doing, we have to get up. You get up. Body may complain that, no, I don't have enough rest. I slept very late. I was watching the serial, and then only after 12:30 I slept, and therefore there is no enough sleep, and I want to sleep more. Body will not agree with what mind says. Mind doesn't agree with our thoughts. So our thoughts, our emotions, and our actions, our head, our heart, and our hands, they don't work in unison. This is what we are talking about, disharmony. This is what we are talking about as disharmony in our being. Now, if it is very casual and if it is not very serious, it may not create diseases. But then very serious disharmony will cause diseases. So at Manomaya Kosha level, so that is what Yoga Sister says, how psychosomatic diseases arise. First, the mental agitations, tension, stresses of some type. So there is a lot of agitation at the mental level. Whenever there is agitation at the mental level, there is a corresponding change in the pranic flow in the nadis. A little bit of mental agitation will create lot of trouble at the pranic level. In Yoga Sister, the verses which are given there. They say that if you have a problem and if there is a lot of anxiety, and if the mind is full of anxiety, then the prana, the flow of prana in the nadis are like flooded rivers. The example which is given in the Yoga Vasishtha is of the rivers which are flooded, which will not keep their own boundary. When the river is flooded, it will enter into the village. The river, which was the lifeline of the village, because of this, the village survives, becomes the killer now, enters into the village, destroys the houses, destroys the life. In the same way, whenever there is agitation of the mind, the pranic flow in the nadis, it is so haphazard, it is so fast, it is unruly. The nadis become totally unstable. So there may be where the flow of prana should be regular, it becomes highly irregular. At some other places, the flow of prana is completely clogged, blocked, And so the agitations of the mental agitations will lead to the haphazard flow of prana at the pranamaya kosha level, unstable nadis at the pranamaya kosha level, and that will affect the physical level, the annamaya kosha level. And Yoga Vasishtha says that it all begins with the digestive problems. Three types of digestive problems have been mentioned in Yoga Vasishtha. Ajirnatvam, Kujirnatvam, Atijirnatvam. So three types of digestive problems occur. So mental agitations, haphazard flow of prana, and then three types of digestive problems. Ajirnatvam, that is indigestion. The digestive secretions are not in proper amount. That is ajirnatvam. Kujirnatvam, very wrong digestion, wrong type of digestion. The digestive secretions are putrefied type of secretions. And atijirnatvam, not only digestive secretions, they digest the food, but they start digesting, say, the mucous membrane of our stomach and our own body parts. That is atijirnatvam, over digestion. So ajirnatvam, indigestion; kujirnatvam, wrong digestion; atijirnatvam, over digestion. So three types of digestive problems come. Ajirnatvam, we are not able to digest the thing, apachan, so gas trouble and other things. Kujirnatvam, one of the signs of kujirnatvam is in belching, you have very, very foul smell in belching and stools. When you pass stools, very, very foul smell in the stool is a typical sign of kujirnatvam. Everything is putrefied inside. And atijirnatvam, what is the example of atijirnatvam? Is ulcers, duodenal ulcer or peptic ulcer is the first time of atijirnatvam. That means the acid which is secreted inside not only digests the food, but also digests the mucous membrane, which separates the acid from the stomach wall. Inside the stomach wall, between the stomach wall and the acid, there is mucous membrane. So it will dissolve the mucous membrane, and then it will create ulcers on the wall of the stomach. This is atijirnatvam. Okay, so these three types of things will happen, and as a result of that, you get the disease in the body. You get vyadhi. So this is how vyadhis. This is the you can say the science of psychosomatic diseases according to Yoga Vasishtha. Mental agitations followed by haphazard flow of prana, followed by the digestive secretions problems at the level of Annamaya Kosha, followed by the Vyadhi. Now, one of the obvious questions which is asked is that if the mental agitation, tension, stresses is the main cause, then why different people suffer from different diseases is the most obvious concern. That tension is the common cause. Then why somebody suffers from hypertension, somebody from diabetes, somebody from asthma, somebody from joint pains? Why the diseases are different? If the cause is same, mental agitations, tension, stresses, worries, anxieties, then why the diseases are different? There are three main causes for this. Diseases are different because of three main causes. First, of course, is heredity, anuvanshikata, heredity. That means if your parents, if in the family itself, if there is tendency for diabetes, when you are exposed to tension, stresses, you are likely to suffer from diabetes. You are likely to suffer from hypertension if there is tendency for hypertension in the family. So heredity, one of the things. Then environment, the lifestyle itself. Okay, so your lifestyle is such that you are having very irregular type of life. You know that when you are whole night you are working, and then when everybody is sleeping you are working, then you come back home and then you eat something and then you sleep. You can't have any physical exercises, nothing. And the lifestyle, so the cycle itself has changed so much. You are not with nature at all. Your lifestyle has become very unnatural type of lifestyle because of the environmental circumstances, or very fast lifestyle. You find yourself running all the time. Your job itself is such that today you are here, day after tomorrow you are there, then you are moving all the time, and therefore uh, neither the food regulation is there, nor you can have exercises. Very irregular type of life, very fast type of life, very hectic type of life. So this lifestyle itself would be one of the causes. Then the third important cause is, of course, the weakness of an organ or organic system. By birth itself, your heart is weak, or your circulatory system itself is weak. Your respiratory system by birth itself is so. Weakness of organ or organic system, heredity, the lifestyle, these are the causes of different diseases. Okay, that is why though the cause is same, it will affect different people in different ways depending upon these causes. So that is why somebody will suffer from hypertension, somebody else from asthma, somebody else from joint pains, and variety of psychosomatic diseases which we are talking about. Now, when we come to the cure from these diseases, or how yoga therapy treats these diseases, that is what the integrated approach of yoga therapy really means. Because yoga looks at the individual as the whole. So yoga doesn't say that like the modern medicine, that if you are suffering from headache, you take ispro, the headache goes. It is not cure for the disease. There is no guarantee that you will not suffer from headache again. There is temporary relief. And of course, lots of side effects and other things which we all know. So what yoga says is that it is not enough to work only at the physical level. You have to work, the origin of the disease is at the mental level. So you have to work at the mental level, you have to work at the pranic level, you have to work, of course, at the physical level, and also at the intellectual level. So in integrated approach of yoga therapy, you have to work at Vijnanamaya Kosha level, you have to work at Manomaya Kosha level, you have to work at pranic level, pranamaya kosha level, annamaya kosha level. So let us briefly in the given time discuss what are the things which are given at these levels for variety of diseases. Okay. At the physical level, of course, you give asanas, suitable type of asanas. So you have to be expert yoga therapist. You have to know do's and don'ts about the asana and pranayama. For example, if you are suffering from any type of heart trouble, cardiovascular ailments, you are generally not giving topsy-turvy posture, shirshasana, and very strenuous type of asanas like mayurasana. I think everybody knows about it. That depending upon the type of disease, depending upon the age of the patient, depending upon the intensity of disease, what type of asanas are to be given is decided by the therapist. Okay, so generally, if it is cardiovascular ailment, uh, they always say that the ratio of exercise and relaxation should be 40-60. Only 40% type of things which are for the physical level, and 60% of the thing for the relaxation, more and more relaxation. That is what they need for cardiovascular ailment. So more of shavasana, more of meditation. A tremendous relaxation can come through meditation, through yoga nidra, and even through singing, the devotional sessions and all that. And the remaining 40%, you give the exercises which he can do. Only simple, say walking, or only simple breathing exercises. So that is how physical exercises are necessary. There is no doubt. But what type of exercises will be given depends upon the age of the patient, depends upon the intensity of the disease, the type of disease. If he is an asthmatic, more and more kriyas become important. Because kriyas, they do work wonders with asthma. Jalaneti, Sutraneti, Vamandauti, Vastradauti, it will be miraculous. I will just tell you one incident which took place in my own, when I was in Assam, one person came to me, and for 15 years, he was very severe asthmatic, and he said, do anything, I'm ready for anything, and please teach me something. And so I taught him some asanas, some breathing exercise and all. And then after 1 week, I told him that let us try cautiously Vastra Dhauti. Okay. And I gave him all because Vastra Dhauti is really very difficult. We all know as yoga student. I said that you are going to do it for 20 minutes only. Try to swallow it. If you are not able to swallow, take it out. We are going to practice for a very long time. And that is how I gave him Vastra Dhauti. And then when he did Vastra Dhauti successfully, he came and he hugged me, and he said that for the first time, I am breathing so freely after so many years. Vastra Dhauti had worked wonders for him, Vaman Dhauti and Vastra Dhauti. All the cough came out. And so, like miracles, sometimes those yogic kriyas, they work, but they should be given cautiously. Again, the same, you have to see the patient, talk to him, convince him, remove the fear from his mind, and proceed very slowly. So as yoga students, since you are yoga student, I don't have to tell all those things again and again. So miraculous things may happen. I also remember one incident when there was a diabetic camp which was going on. One person joined it. He was an executive, and very busy executive, and diabetes, sugar level was very high, more than 250, and he won't do any asanas, pranayama, or nothing. And he was dragged to our camp, diabetes camp, because of his wife. Wife forced him to come and join the camp. Camp was for 1 month camp, and he was not really willing, but brought by his wife. And then when he came, we measure the sugar level of everybody when they come for the camp, and so his sugar was also measured. Next day onwards, invariably, because our camp will be for about 2 hours. First half an hour we give lecture, we explain what is the disease, how it occurs, and how yoga is going to cure you. All that is working at Vijnanamaya Kosha level. Remember, these things are also very important. You should never tell the patient that, oh, I am telling you, no, that you do this asana, you will be cured. How you will be cured? Why? What is diabetes? How it occurs in the body? What is the etiology of the disease itself? All these things, if they are explained, it is like working at the Vijnanamaya Kosha level. So we will be coming to that a little later, but that is part of the therapy itself. Please remember. So we had half an hour lecture session, and then of course we had the exercises, the loosening exercises, breathing exercises, and then a set of asanas which were suitable for them, and then shavasana, and then last 20 minutes we had the bhajan session. And then last 5-10 minutes, we had the meditation session. Now this man who was executive, all the 25 days, he never came for asana session. He never came for lecture. He would come somehow half an hour before the camp was closed, 1.5 hour late always, 1.5 hour late. So just last half an hour he will come when the bhajan session was going on, and he would sit there, and then meditation and other things, half an hour. As soon as the camp is over, he will just rush out so that we will not ask him why you came. Like that, all 25 days he came, he attended only bhajan and only meditation and left. On the last day, we took his sugar also, and to our surprise, his sugar level had come down. And we asked him that what's he said, I was finding myself so peaceful. All those anxieties, worries, tensions, all that vanished when I was doing bhajan, and I was enjoying that bhajan and meditation and all that. So without doing any asana, now that is not something which I am recommending as such, but this is how it can work. It can work. So this is what we mean by integrated approach of yoga therapy, that you have to see where it is working at your level. So at his level, anxieties, worries, tension, mental agitations were more, and the treatment there was more significant for him. So that is what we say. So when we are talking about this treatment, we have to see which kind of asanas we give, what kind of pranayama. Of course, Nadi Shuddhi and Brahmari are almost the common things which are given for everybody almost. You balance Nadi Shuddhi, because when you balance the breath, the mind also comes to balance. So that is why Nadi Shuddhi pranayama is very important. And then, of course, Brahmari is one pranayama which brings about tremendous calmness in the body with the humming sound. It silences the mind, and beautiful pranayama. So these two are compulsory. But then whether Kapalbhati should be given or not given, Kapalbhati is also very important, But whether sectional breathing, how far they have to do, or Kapalbhati, how far they have to do. So that is depending upon the after. So in each individual, we have to have a talk with every individual, every patient. We have to get feedback from them, how they are coping up with the different kinds of yogic practices, which practices they find exhausted, which practices they are not comfortable with, which practices they find very suitable and enjoy. All that. So talking to the patient is one of the things. And of course, last but not the least is counseling, working at Vijnanamaya Kosha level. Many of the things, they come because of the wrong thinking. All the tension, stresses which we develop is because of our mental attitude towards life. We have peculiar attitude. and that brings lot of tensions. So three things are necessary when we are counseling, or when we are working at Vijnanamaya Kosha level. We have to remember three things. One, we have to be listener, very good. A yoga therapist, a counselor should be a very good listener. It's not that you tell the people that you sit, I am going to advise you what to do, what not to do. You listen to it and you follow it. No, 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 no. You try to see that he opens out to you. By merely talking to you, he may get all the tensions and stresses will come out if he just releases it by talking to you. You know, there is talk therapy as well. There is talk therapy as well. So just listen to him. What are the circumstances in which he is finding stresses and tensions? Whether he is stressed up when he goes to office, whether there are circumstances in the house itself, some relationship problems which are giving him stresses and tensions, all that you will be able to find out if you listen to, if you talk to him, if you build up confidence in him that nothing will go out and you will not tell anybody whatever, it will remain confidential and all that. So that is the first thing. Add the notional correction, fix notions. You know, many times people feel that, oh, this man is my enemy, my boss is my enemy. I don't know, he's creating a lot of tensions for me, I can't do anything. Whenever I go, he scores me only. Something is wrong, and tension grows, and now you can't change your boss, you can't leave your office, and therefore you have to face him every day. So everyday tension. This is how the tensions arise every day, and this is not going to be the one day tension like exam. You know, tensions come during exam also, but then as soon as exam is there, tension goes, you are back to normal. They are not sustained tensions, but tensions which you face in the office could be long lasting. Facing the boss every day, or if there is a quarrel between wife and husband, it is everyday tension in the house. Now, it is here that notional corrections are very important, that you have to correct the attitude itself. You know, as Patanjali says, pratipaksha bhavana. A very important thing which Patanjali has told. Vitarka bhav. Vitarka is really wrong thinking. The thinking that creates tensions and stresses. They are called as vitarkas. And vitarka badane pratipaksha bhavanam. Think of the opposite. Take the opposite point of view. You know, don't stick to your own attitude all the time. Correct your attitude towards life. So these are the things which are very much essential as far as Vijnanamaya Kosha level is there. You have to be looking at your own life. You have to think, why I am getting so much of tensions? Where do I go get those tensions and stresses? How do I correct myself? How do I look at the things? Look at the same targets which are given. After all, my boss, I think that he is my enemy. But why boss is scolding me? Because if he is sitting there, there is one boss over him also. And they are bothered about the company and the profit of the company, the targets that are set, and he has to get it done through us. And therefore, he also has his role to play. He can't be sitting there on the chair and allow everything to happen. So this is how we have to think. We have to pratipaksha bhavana. You know. So all these things, they are the things which are called working at the Vijnanamaya Kosha level. So we have to work at the Vijnanamaya Kosha level, discriminate, decide. We have to work at the mental level with meditation, with bhajan, kirtan, to release the tensions, puja, whatever suits you, really speaking. Then every day doing some sort of exercise, walking, simple asanas, some pranayama, and this is how it works. And then for a particular individual, a particular yoga therapy course is set by the therapist, and that is how it works. and that is how the integrated of yoga therapy, integrated approach of yoga therapy works. So I think I have talked quite a lot. It is 11:15 already, and I should also give time for questions and answers. You may have many of them. So I shall stop here. Once again, thanking everybody for joining and thanking the organizers for giving me a chance to speak on this very important topic. And now the session can be open for questions and answers. So thank you very much.
Sir, we have not yet received any questions in the chat box. So I request, if you have any questions, please post it in the box.
Or they can directly ask, they can unmute and ask, no problem.
Okay. So
sir, can I ask, please?
Yes, please
You
go.
gave the names of the doctors in some centers for the diabetes and asthma. In one in Bangalore and one somewhere else. Can you put in the
Dr.
chat?
Zamara, Dr. Zamara, he has done a lot of research work on transcendental meditation for diabetes. And he has proved that sugar level comes down with diabetes. You know, and there are so many. In fact, if you go to the research work, S. Vyasa, of course, Dr. Nagendra, Dr. Nagaratna, they have done a lot of research work, and they have also published that research work. And as I told you that it has come in British Medical Journal and American Journal of Asthma. In both, that research work has been recognized as the best research work on asthma ever, you know. And you will find a lot of Yoga Mimamsa is a research magazine which comes from Kaivalram, Lonavala, and there you will find a lot of research work done on variety of diseases. Again, all the yoga institutes, in fact, the Bihar School of Yoga, they have done a lot of research work on yoga therapy. So go to the research journal, you will find.
Okay, okay, thank you, sir.
Sir, now the questions have started pouring in the chat box, but since you said that they can raise the hand, I think we can take these two questions from Lavati and Meenakshi, and the remaining questions we will hand over to you later on, and I think you can answer them, and we will provide the answers to them later, because we won't have that much of time now. It's 11:20. So better we address these two questions of Mr. and Mrs. Lavati and Meenakshi. Lavati, please.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you.
One question is, we hear about heredity. And diabetes is because of heredity. That's what we hear. But
not because of heredity, but heredity forms a very important. It doesn't mean that those who are suffering from diabetes, their children will suffer from diabetes. Not necessarily, but likelihood is more.
Yes, but my question is, I mean, if we see the statistics, say before 50 years back, there was very less problem of diabetes in the families itself. And before that, we don't even know whether there was this kind of a disease or not. Then how it is attributed as heredity, and from where heredity as a factor comes in whenever we talk about diabetes or such disease?
No, previous, because research work was not that much, but now most of the cases which are there of diabetes, you will find that there is familial tendency. Maybe the parents, maybe the grandparents, maybe the uncle, somebody in the family suffers from asthma, and you are also. So if you take the family history, you know, they find that somebody in the family has that tendency, likelihood. It doesn't mean that if there is nobody in the family, you will not also suffer. The likelihood goes on increasing if there is familial tendency.
Okay.
That is the thing. That is for sure. That is proved by research now, that likelihood increases So if you are exposed to tensions and stresses, you are likely to suffer from diabetes or from asthma or from joint pains if that tendency is there in your family.
Thanks.
Meenakshi?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, wonderful session. I cannot tell you how indebted I am to you about this. I wanted to ask you, sir, about a case that I am having where the patient is in deep anxiety. The level is very high. And it's been 4 months that we have been working together. But if you have any experience on anxiety-related research or anything that will help to understand on an average how long it takes, the sign of even, when will I get well? When will I get well? I'm still struggling. That is also anxiety. So it is so deep because of all the background that is there, the baggages that are there. Son is ADHD and the father has been a very strict man all her life. So this person is really struggling in many aspects, and an alcoholic husband. So in such cases, it takes on average 1 year probably really is my thinking. I've been trying to get some patients out of the individual. It's so far so good. But how can one enhance or hasten up a little bit of ease to that
lifestyle
individual?
changes will be necessary, definitely.
Yes, sir.
And then as far as anxiety is concerned, we have to really talk to him and see the person and see the circumstances in which he is living, because treatment depends upon all that,
Right, sir.
But general thing which I can suggest is let him start with slow breathing, breath awareness, whenever possible, wherever possible, because
Right.
breath awareness doesn't need any particular situation. Even if he's standing waiting for a bus,
Right.
instead of thinking all sorts of things, he can just direct his attention to the breath, feel the breath, anapanasati as it is told. Just feel the breath going inside, not pranayam really, just
Pranadharana is what, watching your breath.
not really modifying the breath also. Just feeling the breath as it goes inside, coming out, goes inside, coming out. Now the next stage will be, if he settles down in that, then slowing down the breath. Then he will get aware that I am breathing fast, because in anxiety, the breath will be very much affected and the breathing will become little fast, haphazard, shallow. Shallow breathing, haphazard breathing, fast breathing. That is what will accompany the anxiety. And if you slow down the breath, if you regulate the breath, then the anxiety also will come down. So first, let him become just aware of how is he breathing. So breath awareness is the first practice. Once he's established in that, let him slow down the breath whenever possible. Just breathe, inhale slowly, fully to the extent possible. And every morning, for about half an hour, let him practice this sectional breathing, inhaling fully to the capacity of the lungs and completely emptying the lungs. So slow breathing, and that is how then pranayama will be the next thing. So if he focuses on that, probably anxiety will come down.
I get the essence of it, sir. Thank you so
And
much.
if he is a devotional type, if he believes in God and other things,
Yes, we have started
then bhajan sessions will be excellent for him. Excellent.
We have started that, sir.
Sir, there are certain questions in the chat box, but we will seek answers later from you, because there is a time for other back-to-back lecture at 11:30.
Okay. Thank you so much. No problem.
Yeah, so thank you so much, sir. Thank you for coming and delivering a nice lecture. As you said, everything is mind, and we don't see the things as they are, but we see things as we are. So we are very important, and yato bhavo tata bhavati. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
For nice session.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
you very much.
Thank you
so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Very lovely session.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Very informative session.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you,
Very
sir.
nice of you. I enjoyed the session.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
you so much, sir.
Thank you very much.
So friends, now next
So shall I
lecture.
leave the meeting now? Can I leave?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So now, friends, next lecture, as Savan sir has already informed us, due to busy schedule of Dr. Pathak, we have shifted his lecture tomorrow. And now there is a lecture by Savan sir on natural living during acute diseases. As we all know, the title itself of our course is Yoga Therapy, Naturopathy and Natural Living. So natural living is very important, although yoga is also important. So we have a unique combination of both of them in our course. And I don't think any other person can explain it well than Savan sir, because he practices more than he preaches. So let us listen from Savan sir, what he has to say, how we can apply natural living in our acute diseases. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Sushma madam. Good morning, friends. And there was some emergency with Dr. Satish Pathak. And so his today's lecture, that is 11:30 to 1 p.m. lecture, has shifted to tomorrow, 8 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. The very title of this course is
Sir, can you please start the slideshow?
I have already started. Let me just
Started, sir.
yes. Yeah.
Started.
Yes. Although when we say diploma in yoga therapy, naturopathy and natural living, it rhymes good actually. But purposefully, the title of the course is other way. Just as Sushma madam quoted that it is the diploma in yoga therapy and natural living first, and then naturopathy. Why? Because natural living is more important. It's more of a preventive, and naturopathy is curative. So it's secondary, and that's the reason. Obviously, whenever we talk of pathy or therapies, since the last 2 years, I think immediately that COVID or Corona, that word comes every now and then, but obvious. No system has claimed about the therapy. Modern medicine has not claimed that they have got any medicine over COVID. But fortunately or unfortunately, I do not know, the medicines are dumped by that system. And some
Plants
people,
असतात ना ते लेमन ग्रास ऑइल तयार करणं.
Some people believe.
आपली 3.5 एकर पडेल तुम्ही केलं का मी करते तुमच्या
Mute other.
बिलकुल
माझी माझ्यालाच आहे का
अब म्यूट करिए, बाकी लोग म्यूट पे जाइए please.
माझे जवळ
Yeah. So somehow medicines are dumped, and many people believe that more than the disease, because of the medicines dumped, because of the side effects of the medicine, people suffer or even people die. The mortality rate was higher because of the medicines dumped rather than the corona itself. That's what some people believe. Just now, Dr. Agashi sir cleared it that yoga doesn't, claim that the acute disease like COVID will be cured by yoga. But yes, certainly a long-term yoga practice has a preventive aspect there, supportive aspect there. But even Ayurveda has not claimed that they have got a medicine for COVID-like disease, but it is naturopathy, the only pathy in the world which can claim, rather the base of this science is that all diseases are due to poison accumulation. We have learned this as a very basic theme of naturopathy, that diseases are due to accumulated poison. And so there is no naming and labeling of disease as in the modern medicine. There is only one disease, they say. It's toxemia. And hence there is only one treatment. It is detoxification. All of us are well aware about, well versed with this fact. And the immediate question comes, from where this so-called poison comes, which is the only disease or which is responsible for all the diseases. Obviously, as you already know, we are just revising, there are mainly two factors. One is mind and another is food. Let me quote it. Although it's a repetition, nothing wrong. हिंदी में बहुत अच्छी कहावत है, पैर गरम, पेट नरम, सर ठंडा, रोगों को मारो डंडा. So the stress is number one killer. That's what the modern medicine also accepts well. बोलते हैं कि मन चंगा तो घाघर में गंगा. So in Yoga Vasishtha also, ultimately mind only was given that much importance we have seen. Second one is food. Food is basically for the nutrition, but as another side of the same coin, the poisons are formed. And of course, which poison will lead to formation of more poison or less poison or no poison, or which food will try to rather help to destroy the poisons which are already formed prior, that we have already covered in the diet issue. So it is the first grade, let us say. If the mind is happy, mind is cool, and the food is right food we have taken, wrong food we have avoided, then the toxin formation can be prevented. It's more of a theoretical, because practically both this mind and food, that absolute, that wellness or that much control is not possible in today's life, as you already know. Now the second grade prevention or detoxification or avoiding the toxin formation is there are some organs which continuously, try to detoxify in 24 hours, like lungs, they throw carbon dioxide out. Kidneys, they filter the blood and throw the poison out. Sweating can be there. And even digestive system itself. For example, liver doesn't secrete only, liver secretes many things in that bile. Bile contains so many ingredients. Let us not discuss that physiological aspect. But those ingredients are not only for the digestion, but through bile, liver on to throw out, liver on to excrete some of the poisons, let us say. Now, another point is a strong Allen White. It is the naturopathy terminology. In the Indian भारतीय शास्त्र इसको कहते हैं, उसमें हम प्राण शक्ति की बात कर सकते हैं. अभी भी डॉक्टर आगाशे सर ने बोला था विथ रेफरेंस टू द योग वशिष्ठ, it is the prana spand and chitta spand, correct, how prana is connected. So That is what is termed as Alan Vital by the naturopathy. Basically, it comes from the Greek language. We can say it's prana. And in modern science, we talk of immunity, for example. Immunity is part of that Alan Vital, part of that strong prana shakti, whatever word you might be able to use. So the Alan Vital is strong, your prana shakti is strong. Then wherever the toxic level crosses a threshold value, it has got inner modality to get rid of the poison. So first of all, we should keep mind cool and avoid wrong food. That is first gate. Second gate, 24 hours, there is a modality to detoxify like lungs and kidney and sweating and digestive system. Through stools, some of the poisons are removed. Likewise, even through skin, some of the poisons are removed. Even through tears, some of the poisons are removed. But when the toxic level crosses a threshold value, and then बोलते हैं ना ये हद हो गई, अब हद हो गई, something like that. Body has got its own mechanism, and especially when the Alan Vital is strong, then only it can happen. That body tries to throw poison out. It's like a mission detoxification drive, and that is nothing but acute diseases. This is shocking actually, because whatever you have learned so far, or the acute diseases are with the modern science. So this is something much different perspective, shocking. Oh, एक धक्का लगेगा ऐसा कुछ सुनने के बाद. वो हिंदी फिल्म में भी एक गाना है, कांटा लगा करके, तो उस प्रकार से धक्का लगा. Something shocking. Naturopathy says that acute disease are not real diseases at all. They are healing crises. First of all, understand this basic concept, basic theme in naturopathy. Then rest of the lecture will be easy to understand and accept. First of all, accept this as per naturopathy, of course. Modern science is a different perspective. Ayurveda is yet another perspective. Just like there are darshan, 9 darshan you already know. Just like that, these are the different perspectives. And so let us understand from this perspective. Practical experiencing is yet another thing. When we experience a perspective practically, then obviously we believe too much. Yes, it's true. It happens. It gives the practical results, something like that. So first, as Dr. Agashi sir are talking about Vijnanamaya Kosh, let us have appeal to the Vijnanamaya Kosh first. Acute diseases are not at all considered as diseases by naturopathy. On the contrary, they are termed as healing crisis. Healing crisis means they are created for our well-being, to heal us, to make us better. Again, this is shocking. Acute disease means, which makes us suffer like anything for a short period of time, no doubt. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. That's what acute disease is. I want to remain bedridden or not able to do my usual work. So much trouble, like fever and cold, or loose motion. Such diseases are known as acute diseases. And one step ahead, when acute disease is suppressed, that's what the medicines does, they suppress. Feel good, but it's not. When the acute diseases are suppressed, they lead to chronic disease. That is another important theory of naturopathy. Now, what are the acute diseases? The daily routine is impossible. As I said, you have to be bedridden, and you have to take complete rest. You can't do your usual work. but it remains for short period, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, as I said, like common cold, fever, loose motion, sprain, etc. Now, chronic disease, where the daily routine is possible. Somebody, oh, I'm suffering from diabetes, I'm suffering from spondylosis, but that doesn't mean that people will stop their routine work. It continues, They won't say for 1 day or 2 days, for months and years together. Throughout that life, they will say, I'm suffering from high blood pressure, diabetes, or spondylosis. I got backache, something like that. So they continue their daily routine work, but for years and months together suffer. There's no need of, sudden something like bedridden state. So high blood pressure, diabetes, back pain, thyroid, like hyperthyroidism, hypothyroidism nowadays they are reported. Then loss of appetite, constipation, insomnia, etc., etc. These are the chronic diseases. So we are clear now what exactly acute disease we mean and what exactly chronic disease we mean. In case of acute disease, yoga claims, yes, we can have psychosomatic disorder we have seen just now. But so far chronic disease is concerned, yoga, Ayurveda, or the modern science, nobody talk of curing, but rather suppression. But naturopathy has got total different view. It doesn't consider it a disease at all, but a healing crisis. And if it is suppressed by using the medicines, it will be converted to chronic disease. That's what the naturopathy says. Now, the very common acute disease, let us take for example first. It is common cold. One German doctor said long back that if common cold is treated by medicine, it will be cured within a week. And if you do not treat it with any medicine, it will be getting cured within 7 days. Joke apart. But he meant that. And that's why it is common cold, every now and then. So many viruses leads to common cold. That's what modern science says. Even corona is one of the virus leading to common cold. And this is why this COVID-19, it is named as neo-corona. It is corona was existing since many years, but this was some new virus, so neo-coronavirus. Anyway. Now, what are the symptoms of common cold? इसको कहते हैं हम सर्दी हो गई. Oozing of thin mucus from the nose for 1 or 2 days, you already know. बहुत sneezing होता है, sink. सर दर्द होता है, कुछ लोगों को सर दर्द होता है, कुछ लोगों को नहीं होता है, depends, every individual differences are. Taste चली जाती है, no taste, no smell. Don't think that only in COVID it happens. All common cold it happens. We know this from decades and centuries together. We have experienced it. That whenever there is a common cold, there is no taste, there is no appetite. Okay. And pain in the body, कमर में, पूरे शरीर में लगता है कि सोए लेटे रहूं, सोए रहूं, कुछ करने को जी नहीं चाहता है. These are the symptoms. That's what acute disease is. And common cold is one of the most popular acute diseases. Now, how we look at it, from the naturopathy point of view. Oozing out of mucus, it means it's a detoxification. It's throwing the poison out through the mucus. As per naturopathy. As per modern science, you already know that a virus attacks the body, and so body has got its own response, something like that. And if that mucus or cough get thick, then to remove that cough, again you have to use some cough syrup. That is the modern medicine approach. But here there is a totally different perspective. That first of all, it is a healing crisis. Okay. And there is no hunger, there is no taste, there is no smell. You do not feel like eating. you do not feel like moving or doing some work, you want to just lie down, you want to take rest. What does it mean? Energy is saved and diverted for detoxification from all these modalities. That's another understanding by naturopathy. How energy is used, consumed. Physical activity uses energy. Now you want to take rest. The body is paining. You don't want to move here and there. Means you are asked by body or nature to save the energy at physical level. 30% of energy is utilized on digestion purpose. So we don't have taste or the smell, and you are not hungry, you do not feel like eating. Obviously, that much energy is saved and it is diverted for detoxification. Mentally also, you want to just take rest, not very enthusiastic as usual because of your suffering, acute suffering. So again, at mental level also, energy is saved. So in order to save the energy and divert it for detoxification, body has purposely given you that pain so that you should take physical rest. Body has withdrawn your taste and appetite so that you should not eat. Energy should not be consumed for digestion purpose. That at another perspective, how the naturopathy looks at it, the entire scenario, please understand. So rest and fast is the best medicine. It is not medicine rather, but I would say what we have to do is rest and fast, because it is ordered by the mother nature itself. It is ordered by the body itself. Remember, body always remains in present tense. Body never exists in past tense or future tense. It is mind that remains in. It prefers to remain in past tense or future tense rather than present tense. That's the problem. And meditation is nothing but to keep the mind in present tense, neither future tense nor future tense. Living the moment is yoga. Living the moment is meditation rather. And so body is in present tense. Now it is paining, so it wants to take rest. That's all. It doesn't wish to, so it has to fast. And along with that fast, we may go for extract of basil, ginger, but avoid pepper and lemongrass because it makes the cough to dry. We have seen detoxification is the intention of this disease, creation of these symptoms, so that the poisons are thrown out. So if you stop the oozing out of the mucus by using pepper or lemon in your kada, then it doesn't serve the purpose. And so, of course, when it is malaria or dengue, such things, we'll see the pepper and lemon can be used along with this basil ginger kada, but not for a common cold or when there is oozing of the mucus. नाक जब बहता है तब केवल तुलसी तथा अदरक का ही काढ़ा होना चाहिए. मिरी या ब्लैक पेपर जिसको कहते हैं या लेमन ग्रास का काढ़ा, मतलब काढ़ा में उसको उपयोग में नहीं लाना चाहिए, कहने का मतलब. As I said previously, 30% energy is used on digestion. A lot of energy is in physical activity. When you fast and rest, this energy is saved and it is diverted for detoxification. Instead of that, what we do? Instead of fasting and resting, what we really do? First of all, we want to suppress that. अच्छा नहीं लगता किसी को भी. फ्लो हो रहा है, सर दर्द हो रहा है, बॉडी पेन कर रहा है. वो एडवर्टाइज करते हैं मेडिसिन वाले, क्या हाल बना के रखा है, कुछ लेते क्यों नहीं, फलाना फलाना मेडिसिन लिया. अब किसका एडवर्टाइज आपको मालूम है? आई वोंट नेम इट. जितने भी विज्ञापन आते हैं वो हम सब हमें पागल बनाने के लिए होते हैं. अभी पागल बनना या नहीं हमें सोचना है. So feel good, it is known as feel good, not becoming good. Feel good. So whenever those symptoms are there, they are stopped, you feel good immediately. Oh, naak behna band ho gaya, sar dard hona band ho gaya, body pain kar raha tha band ho gaya. You are happy, isn't it? That is known as suppression of the symptom. Suppression of the symptom. Now you are happy, you feel well, we feel good. But at what cost, do you know? Let us understand it. See, science is one. Just we say, ekam satyuparaha bahuda vadanti. The divine power is same. We may call it differently. Different religions has named it differently. That's what Upanishad declared long back. Ekam satyuparaha bahuda vadanti. Just like that, science is one. Science is the truth. Science is the truth. That we say, Satyam Shivam Sundaram. Science is the Satyam. So it is Shiva and so it is Sundar. It's omnipresent. There is a science and there is a so-called science. So-called science is one when the human being know about it. 400 years back, gravitation was discovered by Newton. Do you mean that gravitation was not existing prior? After Newton, gravitational force become the scientific fact. It is this modern scientific fact. But prior to Newton, prior to 400 years, gravitation was not existing. Even before the existence of the not only human being, very life on this earth, gravitation was existing. So that is science. So there's a difference between science and so-called modern science. I hope you are getting me. So so-called modern science is one when the mankind has discovered, has known about it. But when it is not known to us, it is not science. So 400 years back, before Newton, force of gravitation was not a modern science, but it was science. Science was existing. Gravitational force was existing. So that's why the real science is Satyam Shivam Sundaram. It is omnipresent. It was there. Whether we know or we do not know, it was there. So that way, whatever the naturopathy is talking about is science only. It's a scientific fact only. But whether we understand it, whether we think from that point of view, that perspective, or we not, that's the only question. So, as we have given that feel good, at what cost, let us understand. The intention behind this healing crisis, creation of so-called acute disease, that acute, common cold, was to detoxify the accumulated poison through oozing of the mucus. That we have stopped. Detoxification, we have immediately stopped because of the medicine. You might be feeling good, but you have done something wrong with your long-term health. For the time being, you might be feeling, I have done good thing. I have taken this tablet and now bahut acha lagta hai mujhe. But at long term, what you have, what price you have to pay for that, please understand. The body wanted to throw the poison out. Body wanted to detoxify. That you have stopped because of medicine, number one. So you are feeling good. You can't take medicine on empty stomach. Actually, you have seen that the nature has withdrawn the taste, the smell, the appetite, so that you should not eat, you should fast. You should rest and you should fast. That is the code language of Mother Nature. That is the order given by Mother Nature to you. But unfortunately, because of, I said body and mind, body remains always in present tense. Body never speaks lie. Mind mostly remains either in past tense or in future, and it can lie every now and then. Mind is the most liar. So it makes you to feel good. Now, there is no hunger, there is no appetite. You don't wish like to eat. That's why you are fasting. That's the order given by the Mother Nature. But now allopathic medicine can't be taken on empty stomach. And so forcibly you have to eat food in order to take that medicine. झक मार के बोलते हैं हिंदी में, झक मार के खाना खाना पड़ेगा दवा लेने के लिए. Body was not prepared to digest at all because it had diverted that energy for detoxification. We have seen just now. And in such situation, you are now purposely taking this food in order to take medicine. Obviously, it won't be digested properly. It will create new toxin. So see, you end up with what? Body wanted to throw the poison out which has accumulated, which you stopped by taking medicine. In order to take medicine, you have taken food. Body was not prepared to digest it. You have forcibly taken the food. So obviously it won't be digested properly. And because of that, new toxin is generated. Whenever the food doesn't digest, it creates new poison. Ayurveda has talked of am, they say. Whenever digestion is not there, am will be produced. Am is the poison. So just in order to get that so-called feel good, what price you have to pay for it on long term. So the very intention of Mother Nature behind giving that so-called acute disease, or for example, here it is common cold, is not served. So body pain, it means take rest. It means save the physical energy. It was the code language of Mother Nature. No taste, no smell, no hunger, no appetite. They ordered by the Mother Nature to fast. So this is the code language of Mother Nature or the body that we have to understand, that I have to take rest and I have to fast. Because my body pains, I have to take rest. Because I do not feel like eating, I have to fast. Simple. So that energy is diverted, saved and diverted for detoxification. And all animals follow this Mother Nature's command. It's not a wisdom, inborn wisdom, intuition, they follow. Why do they follow? Because their brain is, their mind is not so developed as you being. So mind is a culprit. Human mind is, unfortunately, it's a culprit. It should not be. It's a wisdom actually. But unfortunately, the way we need to use that intelligence, it proves to be a culprit. So we interfere. And animal follow it. I'll give you a simple example. एक बैल है, बैल, हाँ, तो शाम को उसको जो किसान है वो थोड़ा ग्रास उसको सर्व करता है और चला जाता है. सुबह उठ के देखेगा तो पूरा उसने खाया हुआ रहता है. That's a normal experience. On some fine morning, the farmer sees that his ox has not touched the grass at all. What does it mean? बेचारा मूक जानवर है, बोल नहीं सकता कि मेरी तबीयत ठीक नहीं है. So it's a code language. And that farmer, that owner of the ox understands the health of the animal is not well. So I should not, strain him by, using it for the pulling of cart or the, flow. So he is given compulsory some 1 or 2 days rest. And then on third day, he is very active. He is ready to work. Means animals, they follow the code language of Mother Nature. That whenever suffering from acute disease, whenever not well, not to eat. Rest and fast are the best remedies commanded by the Mother Nature itself, by the body itself. So mind should listen to the body and mind should not interfere with the body. So it's a situation, something like that. The symptom itself are solutions. Remember, these symptoms, they are not diseases. They themselves are the solutions. What is the disease? Disease is detoxification. The accumulation of toxin beyond a certain limit, crossing the threshold value is the disease. And acute disease is a solution. And thinking that we are wiser than the Mother Nature itself, we find solution to the solution to suppress the medicine and all that. So don't find solution to the solution. Solutions are already found by the nature, just accept it, respect it. That's the philosophy of naturopathy and natural living. Now there is something like allergic cold. What it is exactly? Tell me. What we term as allergic cold. If I get cold, I don't have to tolerate that. Immediately I take medicine, and then I feel good. Body wanted to throw the poison out. I do not allow the body to throw the poison out. I suppress. Then what body will do? After 1 month, again it will try to open the gate. Again I will take the medicine and close the door. Then we say, oh, every 15 days or every 1 month or every couple of months I am suffering from cold. Now they label it allergic cold. What sort of allergic cold you are talking about? You are going against the nature, and so you are suppressing. Body is trying to throw it out. You are suppressing. Still, Mother Nature is trying to help you by throwing the poison out, and you are not allowing her to throw it out. Again and again, you are suppressing, and then it gets converted to so-called allergic cold. There is nothing like allergic cold. It's our foolishness. Allergic cold is nothing but our foolishness, not following the Mother Nature's or body's code language and trying to suppress it. So body try to throw it out again and again, and we call it allergic cold. Otherwise, getting cold once in a year is good, on the contrary. So whenever one fine morning we find out that we got a acute cold, severe cold, immediately thank Mother Nature. Oh, Mother Nature, thank you so much for giving me this common cold, because you are trying to heal me. You are trying to detoxify me. You are going to protect me from the chronic disease. Are you getting? This is what is natural living is. The modern science believes that the germs attack the body. There is an infection. And so we have to kill the germ in order to get healed, get well. That is the perspective. But naturopathy has got total different perspective. It considers it as invitation. Germs have not attacked your body, but your body has invited those germs. This is the perspective of natural living. And that's why the naturopathy says it is poison accumulation which is the primary cause for all these diseases, and germs, if at all, they are only secondary cause. It is the accumulated poison because of which there is a favorable situation for germs to grow. We had learned this right from day one in this course, I suppose. So we are throwing more light on that aspect now through this session. And whenever we suppress it by using some antibiotics and whatnot, slowly, more and more, stronger and stronger antibiotics you go on dumping, our resistance goes down. And their resistance increases, because our generation requires 20 to 25 years, theoretically. But nowadays, marriages are happening late, or even later. But the germ, viruses and bacteria, within, they grow so fast, Within one day, you can find there are so many generations, hundreds of generations. Obviously, there is more scope for mutation, changing. And that's the reason that as you go on dumping the stronger and stronger antibiotics, immediately they mutate, immediately more resistant, the varieties are formed. We have seen now, less than 2 years period from Corona, so many variants, some 6-7 variants, Delta, and we recently Omicron, and tomorrow many more are going to come. Anyway, so it is natural for them. They mutate fast, they change fast, their newer and newer variants, they get birth very fast. It is not only with COVID and Corona, it is there with any virus since centuries together. So why I say this invitation, let me elaborate it. Whenever I have to clean my house, सपोजिंग बाई नहीं है घर में, हाँ, मैं खुद ही मेरा घर साफ करता हूँ, तो झाड़ू मार के हम साफ करेंगे, हर रोज पोछा मारेंगे. लेकिन क्या हर रोज पूरा बड़ी बड़ी कबर्ड बाजू में करके वगैरह साफ कर सकते हैं क्या? इतना समय नहीं रहता अपने पास. लेकिन कभी कभार, कभी दिवाली आ गई या कुछ घर में शादी है, समथिंग लाइक दैट, once or twice in a year we may have to completely clean, but for me alone it's not possible, isn't it? तो मैं क्या करूंगा, एक दो लोगों को मैं हायर करूंगा. तांडा रहता है नाका पे, कुछ नाके होते हैं, वो laborers are there, always they are standing, in the morning. So 2 laborers I will hire, and I will tell you I have to completely clean, I have to shift the heavy cupboards and all that, and completely nicely clean. So usual detoxification body carries on through lungs and liver and kidney and sweat glands, digestive system, as I said. Usual, daily that is happening. Every minute we are breathing some 15 or more times, as you already know. We are throwing the carbon dioxide out, for example. Every day some 6-7 times you might be urinating and all that. Likewise, continuously liver is secreting the bile, detoxifying. But when there is a threshold of poison accumulation, sometimes once in a year or twice in a year we get such problems, acute diseases, as I said, cold, for example. Body want to throw the poison out. It is just like that. So daily I am cleaning my house myself, but sometimes once in a year or so, twice a year, I have to completely clean, thoroughly clean, by shifting the heavy cupboards and all that. I alone can't do it. So I have to invite, I have to get help of the laborers. So just like that, natural living principle says that germs are invited by the body to detoxify. Are you getting me? Are you with me? But अब 2 लेबर को मैं लेके आया हूं, तो मुझे उन पर नजर रखनी पड़ेगी. एग्री विथ मी? मैंने उनको किस लिए बुलाया है? बाहर से कबर्ड साफ करने के लिए बुलाया, अंदर से साफ करने के लिए नहीं बुलाया ना उनको. तो कहीं वे मेरा कबर्ड अंदर से साफ ना करे, इसलिए उनके ऊपर मुझे क्या रखनी पड़ेगी? नजर रखनी पड़ेगी, या ट्रेजरी ब्लॉक करके रखनी पड़ेगी, जो अंदर कैश है या ज्वेल्स है, समथिंग लाइक दैट. So that is immunity. So our immunity is strong. Although the body is inviting the germs, body is not at all worried. अरे मैंने किसको बुलाया? बुला के germs को बुला रहा हूं मैं. क्या होगा मेरा? Body is not worried because body has got that resistance. It knows. I have invited them only to clean, only to cleanse of that additional poison, to detoxify, and later on I will take care. They can't attack me, they can't harm me, because I have got resistance to look after that. That's it. But unfortunately, if we suppress, then their resistance increases and our resistance decreases. Our immune goes down because of the dumping of medicines, especially antibiotics and whatnot. And that's why the great scientist Louis Pasteur, who did a lot of revolutionary work or pioneer work in this field of microbes, he is known as father of microbiology. That's the reason. He invented through the microscope so many types of germs for the first time. And then obviously he had become big psychic. He used to wash the hand with particular lotion once, another particular lotion twice before having food and all that. Just as nowadays we are doing, tirth lete hain na idhar jaake because of COVID. But as he grown older, he became more mature. And he has said this historic statement, microbes are nothing but soil is everything. Microbes are nothing but soil is everything. What does it mean? The substratum over which the microbes grow, that is important. If at all there is a clean glass, clear, clean glass, can any colony of germs grow there? No. But if at all there is something to it, it will grow. So there's a culture test, when the germs are in small numbers, it's very difficult exactly it will be killed by which particular antibiotic. Say they do a culture test and sensitivity test in pathological laboratory. We give the sample, whatever, urine or blood, depends where is the disease. And then after 4 days, they give us the report. Why? Because they culture it. They grow it under some agar and such substratum. Soil, it is known as substratum. And then that germ is grown as a big colony. And with that big colony, they experiment with which is sensitive to which antibiotics and sensitive to not to which antibiotics. Because the antibiotics for which they are not sensitive, by dumping, it's useless. Because they are already turned resistant to that particular antibiotics. So only where they do not have resistance, that is being used. And that's the way the modern medicine, try to cure by that perspective, their methodology. So microbes are nothing but soil is everything. So it is the accumulated poison that is responsible for the microbes. So what the naturopathy says, that the germs are only the secondary cause. The primary cause is the poison accumulated poison, and it is the accumulated poison because of which it makes a favorable situation for the germs to grow. That same statement is accepted by Louis Pasteur, not initially but at an older age, when he got more mature scientist. That is, microbes are nothing but soil is everything. This was example I had given, the daily cleaning and occasional cleaning, hiring the labor, immunity to supervise that, The acute disease are the healing crisis, as I said. They are already solutions found by the body, found by the mother nature. But because of our intellectual development, we think that we are, smarter or more intelligent than the mother nature itself. And that's why we try to interfere with some medicines. So do not find solution to the solution. Assuming that we are wiser than the mother nature itself, we try to dump such medicine. So I hope so far common cold is concerned, the things are very clear to you. Now another common acute disease is fever. Bukhar aa jata hai. So here again understand that when in winter season in area like Kargil etc., where our army work at such a low temperature, as low as minus 48 degrees centigrade temperature they work, and yet their body temperature is 37 degrees centigrade. And in summer, shortly after a couple of months in Nagpur etc., temperature goes as higher as plus 48 degrees centigrade. And again, the body temperature is 37 degrees centigrade. Understand the tremendous intelligence, wisdom, inborn wisdom the body has, irrespective of the atmospheric temperature is from minus 48 degrees centigrade to plus 48 degrees centigrade. Such a wide range, body has got tremendous intelligence to maintain the body temperature 37 degrees centigrade, or what is known as 98.5 degree Fahrenheit. And now in certain situation, if the temperature goes 99, 100, 102 degree Fahrenheit, please understand that body has got some intention behind it. So don't use any medicine, so-called antipyretic, to suppress that fever. That's what natural living principle says. At 102 degree Fahrenheit, our immunity is at peak. So never get panic, whether it is children or adult, till temperature is not crossing 102 degree Fahrenheit. Don't get panic. Don't use anything, any modality. Don't use any modality, because at that level your immunity is highest, and that's why body has purposely increased the temperature, allowed the temperature to increase. There is some intention behind it. Body is dealing with that disease, whatever the situation. It's a healing crisis. So let body do its job. Thinking that you are more intelligent than the body or mother nature, don't interfere. Another example I will give here in this respect. Wherever there is India-Pakistan cricket, ODI, one day international, then the whole nation takes it differently. No, otherwise cricket is going on throughout the year, but it is not that particular. Whenever it comes to India and Pakistan, it is considered by us other way, by the citizens of both the nations, Pakistan and India. So टीवी वाले भी 2 दिन पहले ही पूरा चालू करते हैं उसके ऊपर डिस्कशन, और बोलते हैं कि पूरे देश में क्रिकेट का बुखार चढ़ गया है. Am I right? Don't they use this term? Bukhar. Temperature of cricket fever. There is a cricket fever. The world, the nationwide, isn't it? उसका मतलब क्या है? What they want to say? जो देशभक्ति है ना, पेट्रियटिज्म, वो ऐसे क्षण में बढ़ जाती है. Whenever there is a match, cricket match between India and Pakistan, the patriotism is more alert. It is heightened. That's what it means. अभी मुझे बताइए, देशभक्ति बढ़ना गलत है क्या? हाँ, देशभक्ति बढ़ना गलत नहीं, वो क्रिकेट का फीवर भी बढ़ना गलत नहीं, तो बॉडी का फीवर गलत कैसा है भाई? Answer me. In what sense? In what angle it is bad? It has got some good intention of the body. Please believe, please trust in the tremendous intelligence of Mother Nature, the body. Don't think you are wiser. You might be having big degrees. I accept and I respect you because of the degrees. But you are not clever than the Mother Nature itself. Never claim so. You are not wiser than the Mother Nature itself. She is at the top. Please remember this. And so we should accept and respect the fever, because body has got some intelligence. Wait. Don't interfere. Don't suppress. And again, rest and fast, topmost medicine. संस्कृत में एक बहुत अच्छा कहावत है, एक saying है, saying, लंघनम परम औषधि. Langanam Parama Aushadhi. Fasting is the superiormost medicine, it says. So whether it is cold, whether it is fever, don't eat, fast and rest. Both are important. So that energy is diverted and body can use that energy to fight against that situation. I won't say disease. And believe me, if we follow this fast and rest, fever, any fever, never crosses 102 degree Fahrenheit. It is complication because of our wrong behavior. मुझे बताएं हम क्या करते हैं, बुखार आ गया तो एक तो शुरू में थोड़ा सा बुखार आता है तो हम ध्यान देते ही नहीं, या क्रोसिन लेके ऑफिस में चले जाते हैं, वर्क में चले जाते हैं. Whenever you got cold or when you got fever, have sick leave. No, sick leave किस लिए दिए हैं? वो झूठ बोल के वन डे अपना वन डे क्रिकेट देखने के लिए झूठ बोल के लीव नहीं ले लेगा. आई वॉज नॉट वेल, सिक नहीं था. डांडी किस लिए मारी? क्रिकेट देखना था. वन डे झूठा बोल के एसएलएम ले रहे हैं. तो रियली व्हेन यू आर हैविंग कोल्ड, और जब कोल्ड होता है तब गोली लेके काम पे चले जाते हैं, उल्टा करते हैं हम. नो. So whenever you are having cold, whenever you are having fever, take rest, full rest and fast. Don't eat anything. Okay. But हम करते हैं ऐसा नहीं. पहले तो काम पे चले जाते हैं और खाना भी खाते हैं, सब उल्टा पुल्टा भी खाते हैं, और बाद में बुखार 103, 104, 105 होने के बाद फिर हॉस्पिटल में जाके एडमिट होते हैं. So our approach is wrong. So if you follow this fast and rest, I assure you, I in the sense, Mother Nature is assuring you, the natural living philosophy is assuring you, it will never cross 102 degree Fahrenheit. And 102 degree Fahrenheit, it means your immunity is at the peak. It's good. Okay. With this background, this becomes a theory. Oh, naturopathy में ऐसा बोला होगा, लेकिन किधर भाई, अभी इतने लोग मरते हुए हमने देखे हैं गए 2 बरस में कोविड से, और आप क्या बात कर रहे हो? तो लेट मी कम विथ सम प्रैक्टिकल एक्सपीरियंस. नहीं तो विद्वत्ता हो गई, पांडित्य बोलने में कोई मजा नहीं, ऐसा ही थ्योरी हो गई वो. फिलोसॉफी व्हेन प्रैक्टिस इट बिकम्स योग बोलते हैं. When I was also exposed to this, I also thought, okay, सर्दी हो गया तो कुछ फास्ट करने का 2 दिन, मेडिसिन नहीं लेने का, सप्रेस नहीं करने का, या there can be different types of इन्फ्लुएंजा और फ्लू जो हम बोलते हैं जनरली, उसके एपिडेमिक्स भी आते हैं कभी कभी, फीवर, थ्रोट इन्फेक्शन समय समय पे आते रहते हैं. तो फ्रॉम 1990 जब ये मैं एक्सपोज हो गया इस पूरे फिलोसॉफी से, नेचुरोपैथी से, तो मैंने ऐसा करना चालू कर दिया कि कोल्ड, इन्फ्लुएंजा, फ्लू, नो मेडिसिन, एंड आई फाउंड इट गेट्स क्योर्ड. तो एक कॉन्फिडेंस आ जाता है, ओके, एंड देयर इज नो रिस्क, क्योंकि कोल्ड से तो कोई मरता नहीं है, बराबर है, रिस्क भी नहीं था. So easily could experiment and got success. So started believing in that philosophy, in that theory of naturopathy. मैं नेरुल में, नई मुंबई में 1990 से रह रहा हूँ. तो in the 90s there was huge malaria in Navi Mumbai, and it is but natural. Cause one reason is the laborers are best carriers because their resistance is high comparatively, and so although they carry the plasmodium, the malarial parasite, they may not be suffering. तो उनको काटा हुआ मच्छर जब हमें काटेगा तुरंत हमें मलेरिया हो जाएगा. यू गॉट मी. दूसरा, उधर पानी मारते हैं, पानी स्टोर करते हैं टाकी में, और कंस्ट्रक्शन साइट पे पानी बहुत मारते हैं. देयर आर मेनली 3 टाइप्स ऑफ मॉस्किटो साइल्स है. वन इज बहुत गंदगी में बढ़ते हैं, क्यूलेक्स मॉस्किटो, बहुत दे गिव अस नॉइजेंस, बाइट अस, बट there is not much risk, but some of them may give to elephantiasis type. उन्होंने काटा तो वो जो हत्ती रोग बोलते हैं ना, वो होने एक चांस होता है. But the Anopheles female mosquito which prefers a bit cleaner water, वो डर्टी पानी में, गटर में नहीं बढ़ेगी वो, तो गटर का मच्छर काटेगा तो मलेरिया नहीं होगा. लेकिन ये जो पानी मारते हैं in the construction site which is clean water, there are more chances that one will get malaria because they are bit white collar mosquitoes. They like bit cleaner water. और भी है एक, वो बाहर का भी नहीं, एकदम घर में आप जो एक ग्रो करते हैं ना, आपके कुंडी होती है, पॉट, देन दी वाटर स्टोर्ड इन योर रेफ्रिजरेटर, और वो जो आजकल वो चाइना पाम वगैरह बढ़ाते हैं ना, इंडोर दिस थिंग प्लांट्स, उसमें जो आप पानी डालते हो उसमें ग्रो करता है, वो है डेंगू का मलेरिया. वो अलग अलग मॉस्किटोस है कि जो अलग अलग रोग दे सकते हैं. दे आर इवन मोर सोफिस्टिकेटेड. डेंगू मलेरिया का जो मॉस्किटो है ना, इट इज इवन मोर सोफिस्टिकेटेड. वो घर में ही पलता है. So that's the reason in 1990s there was huge malaria happening in Navi Mumbai, and I also got that infection many times. And then getting those chloroquine tablet, obviously. Fever used to cross 104 up to 104 degree Fahrenheit. For the same reason, because the day which we get malaria, we just go to work on our duty, and then when it goes high, then we take medicine or getting admitted, something like that. So after taking chloroquine, obviously the fever will go, and after 2 months or 4 months, if at all our lifestyle is not proper, it used to get relaxed. At that time, I used to get night duty sometimes. So whenever night shift is there, immediately it used to raise the head, and I used to get that relapse of malaria, because it becomes an unfavorable situation. Generally, daily we sleep in the night, but here we have to remain awake in the night because of the shift duty. So it's something unfavorable inside. So it used to relapse. In 2001, I thought, when I got again that malaria, till now for common cold and normal fevers and flus and influenza, I got cured through naturopathy. And this with chloroquine, the malaria is getting cured, but again and again is relapsing. It means that my resistance is low. So why not to go for naturopathy? And I did that. At that time, for 2 days, I fasted. And then next for 13 days, no cooked grain at all. Only Shuddhi Ahar, what we call the fruit juices, raw vegetable juices, tender coconut water, sugarcane juice, and then basil, ginger with pepper, as I said, malaria. So here pepper was used purposely because that increases for dengue, malaria, pepper should be used, as I said. But for common cold, related to cough, there is no cough here. In malaria, dengue, there is no cough. It's not a respiratory infection, as you already know, it's through the blood. And so here pepper was used, and it helps a lot to increase the immunity, of course. Basil, ginger, and the pepper extract. We have to drink the warm water every now and then. And the malaria got completely cured. Without any medicine, malaria got cured. But it takes time. We say patients should have patience, isn't it? First 8 days, fever was coming, going by its own. Every time 1% hemoglobin used to go down. And on 8th day, when I tested my blood, the WBC count was only 2,500. And the hemoglobin was only 8.5%. And on 9th day, slowly WBC count heightened to 3,100 and hemoglobin to 9.5%. And like that, after some 4 or 5 months, all the parameters are normal. It means that body has got tremendous potentiality, but it should be tapped. Immediately, if we take medicine, then you can't tap that. And then onwards, now it is 2022 almost. So since last more than 20 years, it never relapsed. Malaria never relapsed because the immunity increased like anything. When I used to take use the chloroquine tablet from outside, the immunity got down. And now from inside only the body fought that disease. It boosted like anything and it never relaxed. That's the reason. It's just like losing the sovereignty. So I will give an example. Some 30 years back, Iraq attacked Kuwait. Iraq attacked Kuwait when it was Saddam Hussein. And poor Kuwait can't defend itself. So it has to go to US. And US are always ready because he had to interfere, from the petrol related. And of course, US protected Kuwait. But then heavy bills were sent by US for many years. And the sovereignty it has lost. So just like that, whenever there is an infection, it is whose responsibility to fight the disease? It is my responsibility. If my body is attacked by the germ, my body has to fight. If I, depend on some external chemical, external agent for that purpose, obviously I will lose my sovereignty. So my resistance goes down. So it is very logical, that point of view. And that's the reason the malaria which used to relapse again and again never came back since last 22,000. That's the reason. Strong immunity developed. Because it was cured by my own body and not with the help of any other outside agent. And again, in April 2021, of course, at that time it was not tested. I was not knowing that it was COVID. Purposely, I didn't test because the Delta at that time, Delta was the most, dangerous zone as it is proved. So I didn't want to bring down my confidence by knowing that it is Delta or whatever it is. And anyway, I didn't want to go to medicine at all. So why should I test in that case? But why now I am saying it was Delta? Because I tested for the immunity later on. And through the immunity, antibodies, through antibodies, it is proved that it was the COVID-19 only. At that time, I didn't test purposely. And all 3 members, obviously 2 days I fasted. Then the basil ginger kada as usual. And after 2 days, that is 3rd day onwards, only liquid diet. That is the fruit juices, fruits, raw vegetable juices, soups, kanji, sugarcane juice with ginger. Here we have already discussed this point in our diet. The sugarcane juice is unfortunately mixed with this lemon, which is wrong. Instead, if you mix it with the ginger, then it is good for cough, to make the cough thin and throw out. For 10 days, I strictly follow this. Then slowly went to, by that time, the fever had already gone. And in malaria, what used to happen? Fever used to come, it used to remain for say 12 hours, 16 hours, it used to go down. But this COVID is very peculiar, I have experienced. That for 6 days, the fever was there. Fever was not more than 1 or 2 degrees Fahrenheit, as I said. So in malaria also same thing happened. Previously it used to go to 104, 105 degrees Fahrenheit. But when I followed this naturopathy, not a single day it was more than 1 or 2 degrees Fahrenheit. So no question of taking any medicine at all. Okay. And even in that case, medicine is not required. Naturopathy recommends the belt, outer belt with chandan, for example, on the forehead or on the belly, or at the most the mitti patti, what we call the soil belt, okay, mud belt on the belly. That's what they recommend. We never recommend in naturopathy, the medicine, antipyretics, what we call, taking the fever down. So obviously, tender coconut water was avoided. All the cough-creating fruits like say banana and the melons and the guava, sitafal, such fruits were avoided. So that's what is required here in case of such diseases, the cough-related diseases, COVID or common cold and such things. Okay, influenza, flu, etc. Not for malaria and dengue. There are different types of diseases. So what's the misunderstanding? Why people die? People do not die because of corona. Please believe me. People do not die because of corona. They die because we purposely bring the fever down. For 6 days fever was there. It means that body has some intention to keep the fever in the body. But we want to bring it down by antibiotics. And we want to dump the antibiotics and then steroid and whatnot. And that creates the havoc. People die because of side effects. Secondly, the food. Unfortunately, modern medicine do not guide about the food at all. सब खाओ, जो कुछ खा रहे हो सब खाओ, अच्छा है. ये सब गंदा आप खा रहे हो तब तक मेरा दुकान चलेगा. Simple logic. We'll be improving on the front of the diet, then perhaps these medicines are not required, isn't it? Because of a long lifestyle, medicines are required. If you go for a healthy lifestyle, where is the requirement of medicine at all? So simple. And people think that tea, coffee, toast, bread, biscuits, they are very light to digest. Unfortunately, they think so. It's a major misunderstanding. It's not so, actually. So they dump the medicine, they bring artificially the fever down, and they dump the wrong food. That leads to complication, and that leads to death. COVID can't kill anybody. It is this wrong approach has killed lakhs of people throughout the world since last 2 years. These foods are highly acidogenic. We have already learned that in diet lecture. Other acute diseases, for example, loose motion. What does it mean? Body wants to throw the poison out. Then why don't you suppress it? By taking the medicine, so simple. Now what happens? That we take the medicine, suppress it, so the poison remains inside. And we eat food because medicine can't be taken on an empty stomach. So from morning till evening, some 15 to 20 times one visits the toilet. And then what happens? Entire minerals have gone down, electrolytes, sodium, chloride, potassium, calcium, magnesium, all these important electrolytes which are required for the muscle and nerve functioning. They are thrown on, that level go down. And then he feels very tired. बोलते हैं शक्ति नहीं है, ताकत ही नहीं है, पूरा सुबह से लूज मोशन हो रहा है. शक्ति कैसी नहीं है? शक्ति मीन्स एनर्जी. इधर चर्बी उधर के वैसे के वैसे है. गाल अंदर चले गए, आंख थोड़े अंदर चले गए, लेकिन चर्बी उधर की उधर ही है, पेट की, वो कम नहीं हुई. तो कैसे बोलते हो कि एनर्जी नहीं है? एनर्जी इज देयर. What you are lacking is the minerals, electrolytes. Because of what? Because of this wrong handling of that situation. तो आप यदि होशियार हो, अभी आने वाले समय में होने वाला 2 महीने के बाद आपको शंख प्रक्षालन आपसे करवा लिया जाएगा. प्रैक्टिकली फर्स्ट हैंड एक्सपीरियंस विल हैव. होपफुली इट विल बी फिजिकल. लेट अस सी. नहीं तो ऑनलाइन करना पड़ेगा. लास्ट ईयर वी हैड टू डू इट ऑनलाइन ओनली, बट दिस ईयर वी होप for the physical Shankha Prakshalan. Anyway, it is in the month of May, as you have seen the schedule. So, उसको हम लघु शंख प्रक्षालन बोलेंगे. Drink some 8 to 10 glasses of salt water, बस. Already loose motion is happening. अब that will, hasten, and within 1.5 hour or 2 hours, सब चला जाएगा. ओनली क्रिस्टल क्लियर वाटर विल कम आउट. न रहेगा बांस, न बजेगी बांसुरी. द वेरी पॉइजन रूट कॉज हैज गॉन आउट. सो नो मोर क्वालिटिक पेन, नो मोर लूज मोशन. देन एंटायर डे यू फास्ट. अर्ली नेक्स्ट मॉर्निंग you'll be quite okay, or at the most in the night you may have some fruit juice like some orange juice, mosambi juice, something like that. Thing is required. So simple. But we suppress it, and then again same thing happens. Body wanted to throw the poison out, and you are suppressing. Again after 1 month or 2 months you will get again loose motion. Again you want to suppress, and then the body is also getting tired. हद हो गई, मैं भी थक गई बंदा शरीर. Then it creates a emergency gate, and that is known as boil. Boil is nothing but an emergency gate created by the body, but the natural gate which was available, you are not making it available. You are suppressing it, closing it. तो boil आ जाता है. ऐसे जगह पे आ जाता है कि किसको कह भी नहीं सकते. बराबर है ना? बॉयल्स जो है ना जनरली ऐसे गलत जगह आते हैं बहुत बार. फिर उसमें भी हम शांतपत्ति करते हैं, उसको कुछ मेडिसिन लेके उसको दबा देते हैं. तो डोंट डू एनीथिंग. Initially boils are hard because the poison is brought there by the body to dispose by creating emergency gate. उसको संभालिए, उसको किधर से दब के उसको कोई इंजरी होना नहीं चाहिए. उसको संभालने का That's why pain is there. संभालने के लिए तो pain होती है ना. Pain is the greatest boon given by the nature. And now you apply castor oil, soak castor oil, so that it will get softened earlier. And there is a tip created, white color tip, and you get lot of pain because of pressure inside. It bursts by its own, or at the most you may apply soap, for example, then it will burst earlier. And let it allow it to ooze completely, let the poison get thrown out, then it will heal by itself. Nothing to worry. Don't go to doctor and cut and all that, no interference. But believe me, if you are not suppressing loose motion, first of all, if your diet is correct, there is no question of getting loose motion at all for years together. Those who are taking wrong diet, they will also get that, only that loose motion or so-called food poisoning. Kai ka food poisoning? Then going to hospital, don't suppress. No need. You simply do that. Immediately you get vomiting or loose motion, so-called food poisoning symptoms. You go for the woman and the Laghu Shanga Prakshalan. Within 2-3 hours, न रहेगा बांस, न बजेगी बांसुरी, कुछ भी नहीं रहेगा. No requirement of hospitalization, nothing else. Okay, simple. Poison is thrown out. That was the intention. That's what food poisoning is. Now, this boil will completely detoxify. And if you do not suppress the loose motion and all such things, that boil won't be created at all. Because of suppression, we get this boil because of poison accumulation. Okay. Now there are other. These are the well-known acute diseases. There are chronic diseases which have an acute phase sometimes. For example, spondylosis or arthritis. They are the degenerative disorders. They are the chronic diseases, long term. But sometimes they get an acute phase. Means something you are doing wrong, then वो spasm आ जाता है. उसको बोलते हैं spondylitis. Spondylosis is different. It is long term. Spondylitis is acute. Itis, inflammation. And then you have to take full rest. Pain is the best boon. Don't suppress by taking painkillers. Because by taking painkiller, you will do movement which you are not supposed to. So pain is the best boon. Pain tells you not to do this, not to do that for a few days. And after 4 or 5 days, things will be okay. So for one bicep, there is one tricep, they are antagonistic. For contraction of bicep, you need to stretch, relax the tricep and vice versa. And that program is already, there, given by Mother Nature. You need not consciously do it. Similarly, for spine, for one muscle, there can be more than 16 to 20 muscles, antagonistic muscle, stretching in different, angle. So when one muscle goes to overspasm, what is spasm actually? Contraction, relaxation. Contraction, relaxation is the property, very peculiar property of muscle. If it goes to over contraction, then it doesn't relax, it doesn't stretch. So when one muscle of spine related to spinal particular joint goes to over contraction, then many other muscles, when they want to bend, this is not available to stretch. So that gives you pain. So give rest. Don't again and again try it. Don't move. Take full rest for 2 to 3 days. At the most, you can do warm fermentation for relaxation. This is the naturopathy. Okay, warm fermentation. Or at the most, sometimes the south pole of magnet, very strong, some about 1000 or 1200, power can be used. And for other magnet with the right pole, for the right palm or below the right sole, that is the magnet therapy for that at the most. Otherwise, do nothing actually. Nature will, body will take care. Body has got potentially that intelligence to deal with that. Don't interfere. That's most important. Take full rest. It will be okay. Jaundice, for example, the liver and the intestinal mucosal membrane are very sensitive to heal. If you fast, within 2 to 3 days, that's itself is best medicine. So instead of jaundice or instead of any loose motion, as we have said, so go for this 2 to 3 days fasting only on water, obviously the acid comes, that should be omitted out, as I said. Then dengue and malaria, dealing is same. I myself personally, fortunately or unfortunately, didn't have that, attack. So I can't claim that I experienced. But some of the, our yoga sadhak who contacted me, and I gave them some of the hints, and they sincerely follow it. That is most important. It's a naturopathy patient has to play the active role. So they were believing, so they played that active role, and their dengue got cured by without any medicine. There are some 2-3 such examples, those who have contacted me. Any acute pain, again same thing, we have to take rest, and don't take painkiller, and don't purposely move it, don't disturb it, don't torture it. That's the medicine. Yeah. So we have got some 12 minutes for the question answer session.
Yes, sir. There are 2 questions in the chat box. And one question is, suppose there is a knee pain, say for 6 to 7 months. Can this be called as acute or chronic? And how to cure it with naturopathy?
Supposing X-ray, MRI is done and it shows the degenerative processes, then certainly it's a chronic problem. Okay. If because of some other reason there is no degeneration, some other acute reason it's paining, it happens with us also many times. We do something wrongly, or someone who is starting yoga and purposely forcibly trying to sit in Padmasana and all that. Obviously, they may get knee pain for some 5 days or so, and as they give rest, automatically goes out. So that is not acute. But in case of chronic degenerative knee pain, that is what is known as arthritis also, if something goes wrong, there will be acute pain. Anything acute pain is acute disease. Acute pain means very strong pain. Okay, chronic means it is there always. सीढ़ी चढ़ेगा तो दर्द करेगा, अन्यथा नहीं. So that those who are suffering from that chronic so-called osteoarthritis, degenerative disease, they already know it. I hope they get the answer.
Yes, sir. Second question is, partially there is blocked nose, then there is continuous sneezing, say for 2 to 3 hours, but later on it's normal. So how to treat it with naturopathy?
Basically, it's allergy, and allergy with respect to something. There are different reasons for different people are allergic to, and that's the situation. But even in that case, if you continue our yoga as such, it's now here. It is more of a preventive aspect, the strengthening aspect. So yogic kriyas and many yogic other practices, whether it is Kapalbhati or pranayam. Surya Bhajan pranayam is one of the best pranayam to boost, to strengthen you activate the sympathetic, parasympathetic system, and to deal with such respiratory disorders, asthma, bronchitis, sinusitis, tonsillitis, etc. And the proper food, of course. Likewise, it's again thing what Dr. Agashi sir referred to, integrated approach. So that integrated approach is there from सभी दिशा से अटैक करना चाहिए. पहले युद्ध लड़ाई में क्या करते थे, एक किले पे अभी लेना है तो चारों ओर से घेर लेते थे किले को, and they used to on all front. Likewise, ahar, vihar, nidra, what our great Ayurveda talked about for the health. So we have to act on all fronts. There should be integrated approach, and it can be dealt with. And if you can get even away from the allergy, I know dust is an allergen for me, then how far I can avoid the dust as such, or I may apply mask, double mask while, brooming, something like that.
Sir, unfortunately, my screen has got blank, so I can't know whether any other questions are there. But I think, shall we wind up? It's 12:50, or any other questions are there in the chat box?
In that case, let us, okay. Yeah. Deepika madam has raised her hand.
Sir, there are 3 questions.
First I will ask Deepika madam, then I will go refer to chat box also. Don't worry. Yeah, madam. Deepika
yes, sir. Sir, I am just starting out on this journey of naturopathy. Yeah. So till now I have not fallen ill, but if I fall ill and I'm not feeling very well, how do I still have conviction that, I continue without food? Right? You said people contacted you, they had the support system, but at home, others are not, convinced or not, don't know about naturopathy. So when they are taking care of you, how do you
that's the biggest
Yeah.
problem actually, and we have studied in theory also. There are different limitations of naturopathy. First of all, patient has to play the active role, and support should be there from the home. I remember when I got malaria, my family members were also not happy. Kya kar rahe? One DCP was there. His bungalow was very close to our society. So sometimes he used to call me regarding some yoga. So he sent one constable, please call. He was some guidance he was requiring. Then I told him, no, I'm suffering from malaria and I'm taking full bed rest. So sorry, I can't come. So immediately that DCP came to my home and he asked what happened. I told him, it is like this is the theory, what I narrated you, acute disease and the natural living. वो सब सुने और बाद में बोलते हैं ना, पूरा रामायण सुनने के बाद बोले कि सीता राम की बहन थी, something like that. फिर okay, Savanji, it's okay, but I'm sending you the jeep. Let us go to that
hospital.
Yeah, in Vashi, that I think MG hospital, Mahatma Gandhi hospital. तो मैं उनको वही सर ये वही हो गया ना, राम की सीता राम की बहन थी. So I thank you so much. And for your your worries I can understand, but it's not like that. So you should have such a strong positivity that in such situation, such a strong belief in the system that you should withstand in spite of the opposition from your friends and relatives and your very family members. So that much positivity we should have inside.
I agree, sir. I can do that when I'm feeling well. When I'm, like you said, loose motions.
No, when feeling well, that is not the issue.
No, when I'm taking care of someone else when they are unwell. Like 3 people in my family had COVID. I did not get it. So one room, everybody was there. And at that time, we were on hydration only and juice, vegetable juice. But everybody in the family was so worried. I had to give them 1 meal in a day. They forced me. And they felt like you are not being a good housewife and you are not being a good homemaker and you are depriving.
That's why, I will tell you simple one thing. I never claim, come to me, I will cure falciparum and malaria or I will cure COVID. No, it's wrong. जिसको प्यास लगी है वो कुएं के पास आएगा. कुआं कभी नहीं बोलता है. One who, the in naturopathy, patient has to play the active role. So one who strong believes, one is prepared, only will do it. Let me, this is the first this thing. Can you please repeat doctor names? Oh, तो पहले वाला था.
Sir, yeah, my screen is there. But you said that you are going to answer Prapti, and she has raised the hand, or shall I take from the chat box?
तो chat box से लेते हैं.
Okay, so the question is, can we take papaya leaf juice in dengue?
Yeah, certainly, it's very good. But remember, people, लोग क्या करते हैं मालूम है? पपाया खाते हैं, पपाया का जूस पीते हैं, साथ में एलोपैथिक मेडिसिन भी लेते हैं और जो नहीं खाने का वो भी खाते हैं. तो फिर उसका इफेक्ट नहीं होगा. पपाया का लीव्स का जूस, पपाया ही खाना और एट द मोस्ट कुछ फल खाइए. Then it will have, without any medicine, it can cure. लेकिन if you are taking wrong food and साथ में पपाया लेके उसका उतना इफेक्ट नहीं होगा. ये बात है. एक्सक्यूज, हम बोलते हैं कि 2 हुडी में पैर नहीं रखने का. तो ये होना चाहिए. Anyway, along with medicine also, along with conventional methodology also, if they use papaya, it will further supporting, no doubt about that. But wrong food should be avoided. If you are taking a wrong food, obviously. Yeah, madam, next.
How to deal with bloating through naturopathy?
Deal with?
How to deal with bloating?
Bloating in the sense?
पोटामध्ये जे
gas. It's indigestion basically. So you have to, on one level, you have to increase your appetite, पूरा योग है उसके लिए. And second level, you have to eat only that digest to your body. घर में खाना सबके लिए बनता है, लेकिन हर एक का पेट अलग है. तो जो डिश घर में बना है, लेकिन आज वो मुझे नहीं जमता है, तो मैं क्यों खाना चाहिए? सिंपल लॉजिक. So avoid, which introspection should be there. You have to study your body. जो डिश आपको जमता नहीं, आपको मालूम है, एक बार दो बार आपने देखा है, तो why do you want to consume it once again? That is the naturopathy. Okay, next question.
Some people say that if you don't take medicine in severe pain, the stress you go through is more harmful than the medicine.
It's true. It's true, because the quantity of the, for example, accidents, and then not only the pain, even that memories, when there is an accident, that memory has given such a shock at that time, at that event to your mind. That now the yoga, that's what yogic philosophy is, So here the yogic philosophy and the meditation comes into play. So whether for that you have to depend on that medicine painkiller, whatever quantity of painkiller you are taking, is there guarantee that there won't be pain at all? Tell me. Except anesthesia. Anesthesia जब तक है pain नहीं होगा. But in painkiller, there is the intensity of the pain might be reduced, but pain is there. So acceptance is more important, and that's one of ahimsa. Ahimsa is not just not hurting anybody. To tolerate itself is also one of the aspect of ahimsa. So it's the question of the threshold meter. मुझे बताइए, अभी हमें जरा सा सर दर्द हो गया तो प्रोसिन लेते हैं, बराबर है? क्या हमारे पुरखों का सर दर्द नहीं हो रहा था? क्या उनको सर ही नहीं था? So this was not invented, that medicine was not available. Weren't our forefathers tolerating? And why you do not tolerate? Why you do not tolerate? Because your mentality is developed like that. So in spite of that medicine available, don't take it. वो ऐड आता है इसका 10 सर का सर दर्द भगाने वाला कोई तो पेन किलर, उसको रावण का दशानन का सर चित्र भी दिखाते हैं. तो मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, डू यू नो ये इतना स्ट्रॉन्ग पेन किलर है कि एक नहीं 10 सर का सर दर्द भगाने वाला है. तो 10 लीवर को बर्बाद करने की क्षमता उसके अंदर है. 10 into 2 20 किडनी बर्बाद करने की क्षमता उसके अंदर है. 10 लोगों की हड्डियां बर्बाद करने की क्षमता उस पेन किलर में है. ये सोचा है? So stronger the painkiller, more detrimental it is for your health. So if you know the side effects, try to tolerate the pain. You change your mentality that way. Otherwise, there is no compulsion. किसने बांधा है? जिसको पेन किलर लेना है उसको किसी ने रोका तो है ही नहीं है. It's that factor, active role to be played by the patient in the case of yoga therapy and naturopathy. So activate yourself. Activate yourself.
Sir, I'm taking 2 questions simultaneously. Can we avoid joint surgery by naturopathy? And is there any cure for hernia in naturopathy?
It depends on situation. Naturopathy and yoga, let us speak together. So if already severe hernia is there, at that time I think operation will be the only way. But if at an initial stage you know the reason why hernia is there, you have to avoid it. Constipation, coughing chronically, standing for longer time, and you go for our yogic practices, especially the topsy-turvy posture or Uddiyana Bandha. They are highly, and again there are different hernia, hiatic hernia or the middle hernia, umbilical and the lower hernia. Of course, it changes from that situation. But yoga and the naturopathy food, let us say together, certainly can help to avoid surgery when it is at an early stage. But when it comes to very severe stage, when it can't help, then of course surgery will be the only remedy. What was the second aspect?
Hernia and knee pain. Joint pain.
Any joint pain. Everything can be. Slip disc is a separate thing. Spondylosis is a separate thing. Then the knee arthritis is yet separate thing. So depends on the situation. If at all it's at an early stage, yes, only through yoga and proper diet, yes, it can help.
And Gunjan Shah has asked certain question that she has followed something during her fever and all, but I think it's too long a question. Gunjan, can you please get into touch with sir personally
Yes,
later?
that's better. That's better.
It was not a question. I just shared my experience that with rest and fast in 3 days, I didn't do anything. I didn't take any medicine.
Great.
And my fever got cured.
Great. Next question.
Okay. Thank you so much. Now, sir, it's 1 o'clock.
Yes.
But there are 2 hands raised.
The advantage,
shall we take them?
the advantage.
Yeah,
for
because
this,
there is no lecture later.
Yes. That advantage is there. So those who are interested, they may wait. Others may be. Yeah.
Okay.
Ask,
So Prapti, you can ask.
Yes.
सर मला विचारायचं होतं, जेव्हा मला टेम्परेचर होतं 3 दिवस, तेव्हा मी माझ्यावर एक्सपेरिमेंट केला. मेडिसिन घेतली नाही, पण पहिल्या दिवशी जे बॉडी पेन आणि हेडॅक होतं ते एवढं होतं की मला म्हणजे त्या दिवशी काय करायचं, जे फर्स्ट डेच्या वेळी हेडॅक किंवा हे असतं ना.
I think answer is already given now. अभी थोड़ी देर पहले जो मैंने बताया उसी में आंसर आया गया है. So it's individual, after all. Nobody will complain, oh, दवा नहीं लो, लेना है नहीं लेना आपको सोचना है कि how much you believe, how much you trust in this.
फर्स्ट डे जो है वो नींद ही नहीं आती, जो हम रेस्ट बोलते हैं ना, तो हेडेक पेन की वजह से मतलब 3 बजे 4 बज गए 6 बज गए, नींद ही नहीं आ रही थी. फिर क्रोसिन